Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Action News 5 digital desk on this Thursday. It is August 21st, and it is a beautiful shot outside from our High 5 camera. Check that out. 1960 Union Avenue, just a gorgeous shot with the sun shining brightly. And here's the thing, when you go outside, the humidity levels are lower. It's actually not feeling too bad. 73 degrees as you get up. In fact, meteorologist Patrick Ellis has been talking about this for much of the week. And this is just the beginning, Patrick. I mean, we got nicer weather ahead, don't we? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yes, and from the standpoint of the temperatures and humidity standards, this is pretty good. But we've got an even better shot on the way as we head towards early next week, but we have to get past it. Still a toasty weekend across the Mid-South. Humidity levels at least will be in check, so that's not going to be the problem here across the region. Take you to Olive Branch, Mississippi this morning. This is a live look from our High 5 camera here early this morning. Temperatures are in the upper 60s, low 70s. Dip down to 72 here at Memphis International. 70 there in Olive Branch and Oxford, as well as Tunica, Marianna, and Wynn. Upper 60s. Cool spots this morning. Ashland, Mississippi, Bolivar, Tennessee, Alamo, Tennessee, as well as Covington, Tennessee. Today doesn't look half bad, my friends. We start off with a couple of passing clouds, adding in a few clouds as we go through the course of the day. 74, 7 a.m., 86 by lunchtime. This evening, we got plans to be out and about here across the Mid-South. I think you're in decent shape. Before that, though, we'll top out close to 90 degrees, sun, passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels, all thanks to a northeasterly wind, a little aggressive here today. So that may actually help to keep the temperatures a little cooler here today. Typically, as of late, these northeasterly winds have actually warmed us up pretty efficiently, but today, maybe the catalyst actually, because it will be a little stronger, may make it feel a little cooler to you through the course of the day. First alert, Doppler radar is dry. Some of you picking up some decent rainfall last night across North Mississippi, out towards Tippah, as well as Benton and Tippah, as well as Alcorn, Tishomingo, Prentiss, Itawamba, Lee, as well as Union and Pontotoc counties. It was fairly decent downpours, even some rain up around McNairy and Hardin counties as well. Those have all subsided. Frontal boundary is still working its way down towards the south. You can still see there is a moisture boundary hanging out along Highway 6 this morning from Clarksdale to Marks to Batesville to Oxford, where dew points are in the low 70s here this morning. Elsewhere, dew points are in the 60s. And that's, again, a rare air situation, it seems like, here this morning. And it will feel much more comfortable than what we've seen in recent days, because dew points in the last couple of days have been in the lower to middle 70s. So a far cry from where we have been in recent days. Today, temperatures will top out upper 80s and lower 90s. Not a bad looking day across the area. Mixture of more sunshine than clouds, but occasionally some passing clouds. Maybe a stray shower, but I think those chances are going to be pretty slim given the amount of moisture that's sitting in the atmosphere. 60s to start off early tomorrow morning. Don't be surprised for some banks of fog, mainly east of the city of Memphis, out through West Tennessee, northeastern Mississippi. I think it's a similar scenario playing out for your Friday. Not looking half bad with temperatures in the upper 80s and lower 90s. And Saturday, as we have a little boundary, a little moisture boundary nearby, we'll have a mixture of clouds and sunshine there. And maybe a chance for a couple of showers and storms, places like Alcorn County down through Tippah, Benton, as well as Itawamba and Tishomingo counties for the afternoon hours of Saturday. The farther north and west that you are, it's going to be all dry up towards Jonesboro, Blytheville, out towards Harrisburg, Mark Tree, and Wynn. But maybe our southeasternmost communities across northeastern Mississippi, it is a possibility to see a few isolated downpours as we get ready for this front. This will be a drier front moving into the area. That's the one that's going to kick off the trend of cooler days ahead for us across the Mid-South. Tracking the tropics, of course, we've got Hurricane Erin making its close pass to the Carolinas here this morning. Again, just off the coastline. Again, as we've been mentioning, shooting the gap between the Carolinas and Bermuda. It's turned to the north and east on the way as it gets swept by the jet stream, but still having impacts. Wind along the Outer Banks, as well as surf zone issues. What I mean by that, we're talking rip currents, very high rip currents, basically up and down the East Coast from Maine all the way to Florida. I mean, there has been an advisory from the Hurricane Center saying, hey, don't get in the water. The rip currents are atrocious no matter where you are, even down in South Florida, where they're, well over 1,000 miles away from the center of the circulation of the storm. There's still massive rip current issues there. Also erosion there across the Outer Banks. Ocean overwash, also a problem, of course, with the waters coming off of the Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds coming back over into the overwash. So Soundside flooding has been an issue too, coming from that perspective as the storm system works its way off to the north and east. Back to the south and east of Aaron, you've got two other areas of low pressure, one of those being Invest 99L, which is now a medium chance of development here in the coming days. As it starts to get its act together, it moves off towards the west. It's at a lower latitude, so it'll be something that we'll watch for potentially some issues if it were to garner some strength. Moving into the Caribbean. The one that's closing in on the Caribbean will make a quick turn to the north and east and heading out to sea as well, maybe a little bit quicker, and may have more implications for Bermuda directly as that storm makes its way off to the north. It has a high chance of development here in the next couple of days. Moisture tracker showing Aaron moving off to sea, and actually Aaron is the catalyst for drier air moving in our direction. That is good news for us. Oddly enough, when you have that circulation, very broad circulation of low pressure, like in the form of a hurricane, the western side of it tends to have a lot of drier air trying to get it funneled in. And that's what we're going to have here as we head through the next couple of days. All the deeper moisture gets pushed down to the Gulf Coast. Another front comes swinging through here, and that, my friends, will be the catalyst for a little drier air. Now, notice I've got less humid air here. Notice there's a boundary here. This is Tuesday, and there's a surge of moisture that's going to come right across here. This is some Pacific moisture shooting across a boundary that may be able to facilitate some rain chances here by next Tuesday, and also more clouds and a cooler day as well. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. I told you, a taste of fall on the way. Colder air relatively will drop into the area. 70s for highs in Kansas City, 77 Tuesday, 79 on Wednesday, 73 for a high on Thursday of next week. Louisville, Kentucky in the upper 70s to low 80s. Even Chicago, same idea. Here in Memphis, we'll go 82 on Tuesday, Wednesday up to 85 on Thursday. And again, we're going to have a frontal boundary nearby on Tuesday. That will help to kick off more clouds and a chance for some showers as well. I don't think anybody's going to complain about that from the standpoint of the temperatures nor the rain. I think we need the rainfall at this point. It has been so dry, and we're not even talking about a ton of rain with that system. But we're going to keep an eye on it because, again, Pacific moisture has a tendency to be a little bit more robust, to be able to be more efficient with its rain production. So I'm hopeful for that because I think everybody can get behind a little bit of rainfall. It has been very dry as of the last couple of weeks here across the Mid-South, outside of a couple of instances where you may have gotten a downpour here or there. And some of these downpours, yeah, we've gotten 1 to 2 inches of rainfall in short order, but many other spots where the rain hasn't happened, well, it's been extremely dry, and it's starting to cause some issues. Upper 80s, low 90s today. Tomorrow we'll start to ease up to about 94 on Saturday. Still a chance for a shower. Best chances will be closer to the Tennessee River, I think in northeastern Mississippi as well. Sunday, still a chance for a shower. Same locations, low 90s as a frontal boundary moves into the area. Middle 80s on Monday. We'll start adding in the rain chances, I think, Monday night into Tuesday as that front gets a little bit closer to us, keeping the highs in the lower 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to the middle 80s. And that's still below average for this time of the year, by the way, Andrew, as we head towards much of next week as we approach the beginning of college football, at least week 1. Of course, week 0 this week, but week 1 coming up next Saturday. I think we're going to be in good shape.
That looks amazing. In fact, it coinciding with college football beginning, it's like fall temperatures here in Memphis and the Mid-South. What should be the average this time of year?
Yesterday I mentioned this, yesterday was the first day that we actually saw the temperatures coming down, average temperatures. So we had been stuck at like 92, 93 degrees for the vast majority of the late July, early August, where our average temperatures, we turned the curve yesterday. So from here on out, the average temperatures only go down. That slow descent into fall and a very fast descent into winter, it seems like. But typically about 91, 92 degrees here at the early portion of this week. Next week, average highs will be about 90 to 91.
Awesome. All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis starting us off on a Thursday where it feels good outside. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's take another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. We see the sun shining brightly, very few clouds out there, 72 comfortable degrees at 7:09. Of course, we'll be talking all morning long about your forecast here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to give you a kind of a rundown of what we're talking about today. Certainly on the Digital Desk, we got a host of interviews, but a couple I want to highlight right now. First off, we talk a lot about Memphis International Airport, not only the upgrades that are happening right now and some of the renovations long overdue, but also a lot of people complain about how expensive it is to fly out of there, really fly anywhere from Memphis. Well, if you have that kind of thought, or at least you've heard that from friends or family members, we're going to change all that this morning with an interview on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am speaking with a Memphian. Her name is Ashling. In the last several years, she started a business specifically to help people fly in and out of Memphis for bargain prices. And we're not talking about low-cost airlines. We're talking about traditional airlines that are low cost. It's a combination of points and timing and her little theory and strategy and ways to get cheaper flights. She's going to tell us a little bit about her business, where she sees it growing, and how she's able to get some incredible deals on vacation destinations, not just for one person, but for the entire family. She and I are talking at 9 o'clock this morning. At 10 o'clock, we're going to kind of stay on that theme and talk about the latest travel trends. We're going to be talking about what people should have in terms of a travel budget annually, how people are traveling, where they're going to, that sort of thing. We're going to be talking about that as well. And then if any of you have heard of Paranormal Cirque, that is coming to Memphis. When you think of paranormal, a lot of times you think of ghosts or unexplained UFO sightings, that sort of thing. They are coming to Memphis later this month. We're going to be talking to them on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So right now, though, I want to go back outside. We're going to take a short break here. But when we come back in 60 seconds, we're going to be talking about the best ways to check for moles for skin cancer. We're going to be talking with a local oncologist who talks about what to look for. We've all hung out a lot in the sun this summer season, and he's going to give us the best practices, the best methods to watch for when it comes to doing a mole check. That's in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We're coming towards the end of the season where the sun has been shining brightly, and so many of us have gone on summer vacations or have spent time at the pool, at the lake, at the beach. It's always a good idea to do a mole check from time to time and maybe, figure out the best methods, the best ways to check to make sure that all your moles and there's no skin cancer, that sort of thing, because, the sun can do a lot of damage very quickly. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, we got Martin Fleming, doctor at Region 1 Health, also someone who is the division chief for surgical oncology at UT Health Science Center. Glad to have you back, Martin. I appreciate it. So where do we go? Where do we begin if we want to check for moles ourselves? Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. And yeah, we're toward the end of summer, but we're not toward the end of sun yet. We're, how we are in Memphis, it's sunny till late October. So kind of bear in mind that people get more sun than they realize in the fall sometimes. Moles and freckles are things that are really common, especially on fair complected people. And so they can change over time, and they do need to be monitored. The tricky part is sometimes they're on parts of our body that you can't see regularly. So it takes a little gymnastics and more than one mirror to see your own back and the backs of your legs and things like that. So I really would recommend, once a year checkup with a dermatologist or your primary care doctor, where they get you completely undressed. They're not shy. They'll look you over head to toe and check out any moles or freckles for any evidence that they could be something worrisome. Things that we teach people all the time to look for we call it the ABCs of melanoma. The reason we were concerned about moles and freckles is they can turn into bad cancers that can be life-threatening. About 11 to 12,000 people every year in the United States die of melanoma, and most often it's driven by a mole or a freckle with a lot of sun exposure that changes over time. So things we tell people are the ABCs, and that just helps us remember it. A is for asymmetry. A mole or freckle that has kind of a funny shape. It's not round, it's not oval. Some people describe it as looking like a map or an animal or something, so they have a weird shape to them. B is for border irregularity, meaning the edge of the mole or freckle, the edge of the pigment doesn't have a clean stop. It kind of feathers out into the normal tissue around it. C is for color variation, meaning it's not just brown or tan. It might be brown and black and blue or pink or red, kind of all mixed in the lesion. And then D is for diameter. It just means a mole that's more than about 5 or 6 millimeters. Just a good reference point is a pencil eraser. Something that's bigger than that might need to be evaluated. And then E, we use the term evolution, meaning anything that's changing. So A, B, C, D, E, people that have lots of moles and freckles may have very large moles and freckles, but they've been there for 20 years and they haven't changed and they're fine. So that doesn't necessarily mean that any one of these things is an indication of cancer, but those are all things that could be a hint that something needs to be checked on or biopsied in the office.
Listen, I appreciate that, Martin. That was very thorough. I want to ask you this because I often get the question, and that is, could there be cancerous moles where you might not necessarily have exposed skin? Does that happen often?
It happens less often than the sun exposure versions, but it certainly can happen. And there's actually a subtype of melanoma that happens uniquely on people, the palms of your hands or the soles of your feet, which obviously rarely get sun. So it can happen anywhere. So just because it's not a sun exposed area doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be evaluated if you sense it's changing or looking unusual.
So how do we treat melanoma? Let's say worst case scenario, we get our mole checked out and they do tests, it's melanoma. How does that treatment go?
Yeah, it usually starts with an outpatient surgery, a fairly simple surgical procedure just to remove it. If it's been biopsied, proven melanoma, there's a lot that depends on how early it was caught. And the thing that we look at most is the depth of the melanoma. It starts on the surface, and as it grows, it gets deeper and deeper. So there's actually a measured depth. The pathologist takes a ruler under the microscope and measures from the top of the lesion to the bottom of the lesion. And that depth drives what we recommend. We don't know how to prevent them from happening, but we do know that if they happen very early, and we found them very early when they're very, very thin, it's a nuisance, it's a hassle, it might be a little outpatient surgery procedure, but they're not dangerous. So early detection is really important, and it usually the intervention starts with an outpatient surgery procedure. If it's a deeper or more aggressive melanoma or any evidence of spread, sometimes we check lymph nodes to see if melanomas have moved to the lymph nodes. Then that moves us into a different category of treatment that also involves medical treatments called immunotherapy, sometimes radiation, and bigger operations.
You know, it seems like most cancers, and correct me if I'm wrong, most cancers, the earlier you get it, the better the survival rate is. If everything being equal, apples to apples, how dangerous is getting melanoma?
Well, there are real common skin cancers called basal cells and squamous cells that are very common. They're the most common cancers out there. They're taken care of in primary care offices and dermatology offices all the time. Those are very low risk. Melanoma is a different cancer, and it can be very high risk. And so, in the spectrum of cancers, it's something to be taken very seriously.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Martin?
Probably, yeah, it it starts when we're kids. Our sun exposure starts the first time you're out in the sun, and it accumulates over time. And I tell patients all the time, you can't take back your childhood. It is what it is. But as you have your own children and you're bringing them up and they're outside in the summertime, sunscreen and protection from the sun, especially if they're fair complected, blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes. We all know those kids that we grew up with that just couldn't tolerate the sun. Those need to be protected along the way, and that prevention when they're young provides some protection when they're older. And then people, you get outside and you think, oh, it's not going to be that sunny, and then 6 hours later you realize you've gotten a sunburn. Just be cautious, use sunscreen, and hats are always great. Men always forget the tops of their ears. They wear ball caps a lot, so they get no sun on their face, but the tops of their ears get a lot of sun, and that could be a place where we see melanoma as well.
Anything else before we let you go that you want to touch on with regards to
No,
this?
just sunscreen. It works. I have the fortunate opportunity to do some surgical care in other parts of the world. My skin's not made to be at the equator, but I can go to the equator in Africa and the Philippines for more than a week at a time. And if I wear SPF 100 sunscreen, it's like I've never been. It really works. It blocks the sun. The higher the SPF number, the more sun protection you'll get. And I just really encourage people to use it liberally, and then each year replace it because its efficacy wears down over time. So if it's been sitting in your closet for 3 years, when you pull it out, it may not protect you as much as you think.
The minimum, I always hear SPF 30 as a minimum. Is that your
Yeah,
thing?
it can confuse people because, I jokingly tell people, a little bit of a bad thing is still a bad thing. So, I'm kind of an advocate that, we should all be white and pasty if we can and not get any sun. But the protection is not linear. In other words, SPF 50 covers pretty much 90% of the sun. You get above 50 and you're not getting twice as much protection, but you're getting more protection. So 30 hits at about 75% protection. So 15 is about 50% protection. So it's just a matter of how much sun do you want to have. And in my world, 0 is the answer. So I just tell people the higher the number you can find, use it.
Gotcha. Well, Dr. Martin Fleming joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you for the insight with regards to moles and skin cancer and best practices, best methods to prevent melanoma or any kind of skin cancer from happening. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
No, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Got some stories that we are following for you this morning. One is this, a fire that happened on Crystal Avenue off Tillman. This is in Binghamton. Right now, firefighters are just putting out some hot spots here at this house fire, and we have reached out to Memphis Police and Memphis Fire for a cause and any injuries. This happened a short time ago, probably within the last 90 minutes or so. The other top story that we are following right now has to deal with this man here. He is the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's murder. And this is Hernandez Govan. The jury could decide his fate later today. He's accused of helping plan the murder back in November 2021. Two men, Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, were the ones who shot and killed Young Dolph outside of Makita's Cookies on Airways then. Prosecutors argue that Govan orchestrated the murder, part of a $100,000 payment plan under orders from Anthony Big Joke Mims, who was Memphis rapper Yo Gotti's brother. Mims was shot and killed last January. So during closing arguments yesterday, Govan's attorney said the state and the city should be embarrassed with the case they presented, saying that there was no murder plan. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said Govan made a violent choice. So he faces 2 counts, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The jury could convict on those charges. There are also lesser charges they could consider. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It concludes facilitation, solicitation, and accessory after the fact. Under the first-degree murder charge, the lesser charge includes second-degree murder, aggravated assault, solicitation, and accessory of facilitation charges. Another story we're following right now has to deal with Memphis investigators that said someone shot a 12-year-old boy while he was walking into a store yesterday afternoon around 3:30. He showed up to the fire station at 3rd and Rollins, was rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, the injuries are considered non-life-threatening. Investigators trying to figure out which store was the scene of the crime. No word on any suspects. If you know anything, please call or text Crime Stoppers anonymously. That number is 901-528-CASH. People living in the North Memphis community of New Chicago not happy about a proposal that would put a new Shelby County jail in the area. Most people agree the jail is needed, but they don't want it in their backyard. So a number of people came out to the Shelby County Commission during this committee hearing for plans of this new jail in North Memphis. Yesterday's meeting was about funding the new Shelby County Jail. It would cost taxpayers $350,000. People say that that money could be used with other services. There are other suggested locations in a jail needs assessment report. The 2 others, one is out east near the Shelby County Roads Department. Another one is suggesting that they just expand the current jail site downtown. Those are some of the issues. Of course, we'll be following that story. They're supposed to have another meeting in October. Great news about the PGA staying in Memphis. They're going to return next year in Memphis for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. It'll kick off once again next year at TPC Southwind. Mark it down. The event runs August 10th through the 16th of 2026. It'll be the 4th time the FedEx Cup Chase will begin in Memphis. And all you Tiger fans, guess what? FedEx and the University of Memphis announcing a sponsorship deal. The FedEx logo will be featured in each end zone at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Both sidelines will display a new logo that combines the Memphis Leaping Tiger and FedEx logos, unified under the new designation line, moving Memphis athletics forward together. Jenny Robertson, the Senior VP of Global Brand and Communications with FedEx, said, quote, "We continue to find new ways to evolve our long-standing relationship with the University of Memphis. Supporting sports is more than marketing. It's how we connect with fans to build loyalty and a sense of community, both in our hometown of Memphis and on a national level. Fans can see this revamped sponsorship in action on the football field Saturday, August 30th, when Memphis plays Chattanooga at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. That is the home opener." Those are some of the top stories we are following at this hour. Another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break here on this beautiful Thursday morning. That is downtown Memphis. As you can see, 72 degrees, 728. We're back in 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Many of us have food allergies. Perhaps we have family members that have them as well. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to welcome in two people here. We have Colin Hood and his mother, Christine. Colin was diagnosed with 15 different severe food allergies, and navigating that kind of challenge is got to be so difficult, a lot of obstacles there. Good morning to you both. Colin, talk to us about the kind of food allergies you have and your best methods or practices for navigating any restaurant or school cafeteria. Good morning.
So, as I grew up with all my food allergies, it's been, as you can probably imagine, very difficult to deal with. But as I've gotten older, there have been new ways to treat it, such as Neffy, which is a nasal epinephrine that you inject through the nose instead of a needle, like in the leg. And when I was younger, I was very needle phobic, which made it a lot harder to deal with allergies because knowing that the one thing that could save you, you're kind of scared of, made especially my mom very nervous. But now that I've been getting older, it's been much easier to manage.
That's great news. I'm happy to hear. Christine, as a parent, talk to me about what it was like. How was Colin diagnosed with all these food allergies, and what did you do to protect his safety and well-being?
Great question. So I had him, and the first time I nursed him in the hospital, he actually his face swelled up. And at first they thought it was a clogged tear duct, and they kept taking him back to the nursery, and it happened again and again and again. Eventually we figured out, by 5-6 months old, he was diagnosed with 10 different food allergies. We're up to 17 now. So it was terrifying. I didn't know anybody else with food allergies, let alone this many. We've formed a great community, but keeping him safe is number one. So making sure that he has epinephrine available, that his babysitters, teachers, coaches, everybody had them, keeping the foods away. That's really the best we can do. But in the event of a severe allergic reaction, epinephrine's the only way. So having Neffy has been so big for us because he remembers it. He's not afraid to use it. And with a slight side effect of maybe, runny nose, headache, or some nasal discomfort, that's a small price for the only drug that can stop a severe allergic reaction. So that's really big deal. And I hope other parents with food allergies, that's the most important thing, is to carry your epinephrine at all times.
So Colin, talk to me about your school experience. Has the food allergies stopped you at all from doing things you want to do?
I wouldn't say it stopped me, but it has made things much more difficult. So, especially with sports and hanging out with friends, it's been a little difficult, especially when food's a part of it, because in high school, food is kind of a part of everything with how much teens eat. And especially in sports, like on buses, it could be very difficult to deal with other kids, especially because they're a little bit less accepting than adults are with information. So my good friends who are some of them aren't in sports with me help with the everyday stuff. So that's good for me.
Have you ever had an emergency where you've had to use Neffy? And tell me how that went.
He's not yet had to use Neffy, but he's had several anaphylactic episodes where he needed epinephrine. He's had one at school. He's had one at home. He's had them from takeout foods. So we've had to administer, but not yet, because Neffy's pretty new. We've not yet had to administer Neffy, but I have all the confidence that it has the ability to stop anaphylaxis the same way as any other epinephrine.
Anything else you want our audience to know? We have thousands of people who watch on the Action News 5 digital desk every morning. I open it up to both of you. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that with school, back to school season, there's so much out there. Talk to your teachers. Make sure that your school nurses and administrators have policies and procedures in place. There's a new expert recommendations out by the CDC called Food Allergy Management in Schools Expert Recommendations. And they are like a checklist of how to keep people safe and, more importantly, included in activities. So be ready, stock your epinephrine, make sure you have your Neffy, and have your action plans in place, and you can go back to school. So go to Neffy.com or your healthcare provider, and they can make sure you have everything you need so that you can be safe and included at school. And hand sanitizer does not work at removing food proteins. Hand washing is the best thing you can do, or hand wipes.
That's good advice there, Christine. Colin, what would you say to another student that perhaps is dealing with food allergies at school and with their friends?
Safety always comes first, so always put yourself before others. I know that might sound a little bit selfish, but with allergies, you really have to make sure you're safe. And if you're as diligent as possible and you take caution in social scenarios, you'll be fine.
All right. Well, Colin and Christine, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Very valuable information you passed along. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is such a vibrant, active local theater community in Memphis in the Mid-South. There are all kinds of different plays, musicals being done throughout the year at the various theater houses. And coming up later this month, there is an award ceremony to recognize some of that. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Executive Director of the Ostrander Awards, Elizabeth Perkins, joining us now. So, Elizabeth, good morning to you. Tell me about this award ceremony and how it began. I understand this is the 41st ceremony.
That's right. That's right. Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on. This is my favorite thing to talk about. It represents one of the greatest aspects of Memphis. I think we are incredibly unique and blessed to have as many theatrical outlets as we do. And so this event's been around, like you said, this is our 41st year, started back in 1984. And the idea is to recognize excellence in theater, but the bigger idea is for us to all get together and have a great party. So it will be at the Orpheum Theater next Sunday, August 24th. The show will start at 6:30, and it is celebrating the 16 organizations that participate in the Ostranders. Last year, we adjudicated over 63 performances from those 16 organizations, and it's just a great night to get together and party and celebrate.
That sounds fantastic, Elizabeth. So August 24th, is this open to the public? Is it just open to all theater folks, fans of theater, people involved in theater? What?
Absolutely, it's open to the public. If you saw a show this year, you really should come and join us. It is so much fun to get to see the people who create the magic that they bring to you on stage. There will be 8 performances from the 8 musicals nominated for Outstanding Overall Production. So you'll get to revisit some of the greatest moments of this past season. But more importantly, you get to just be with the people that you've seen on stage all year and get to meet the people who are backstage and make that magic happen. So it is absolutely open to the public. Tickets are $20. You can get them online. They do go up to $25 at the door, so I suggest you go online and get those. But it's a great party. We have a reception beforehand, and we'll stick around for a while after and mingle and get to just chat and be together. Because the great thing about theater is that we always go and support each other's work, but we don't often get to see each other because we're doing our own shows. So this is the one night of the year that we're all off. We all get together at the Orpheum and party.
That sounds great. We all like a good party, Elizabeth, that's for sure. You mentioned, is this for everybody that is participated in theater across Memphis, across the Mid-South? Tell us who this includes.
Yeah, so we are currently focused on the Shelby County area. So we include, there are 16 theaters that are included in our adjudication right now. We've been working very hard to grow that over the years. I've been involved since 2014. Back then, we only had 6 theaters involved. So we've been working very hard to be able to increase the number of theaters who can participate. And we have 20 judges who see all of these shows. And this year we had Casa Teatro join us. It also includes Germantown Community Theater, Hattie Lou Theater, New Moon, Playhouse on the Square, Theater Memphis, and then also Actors Renaissance Theater, Bartlett Performing Arts, Collierville Arts Council, Emerald, Friends of George's, Lone Tree Live, Cork Theater, Rhodes Theater Guild, Three Diamonds Productions, and the University of Memphis. So it spans collegiate theater, community theater, professional theater. We've got a place for every organization.
Wow, that is fantastic. Amazing stuff. And really just kind of a wide breadth of theater all across Shelby County. And so this is August 24th. Tickets are only $20 either. It sounds like quite the deal for such a great party, recognizing some of those local thespians, right?
Yes. And the culmination of the evening is what we call the Ugart Yarian Lifetime Achievement Award. And this goes to recognize a person each year who has dedicated their life to serving the Memphis theatrical community. And this year we are honoring Cecilia Wingate. You've probably seen her work on stage. She's done quite a bit of work at Theater Memphis, directing shows there like Young Frankenstein and The Producers and Haint. She was in Haint. But so we're honoring her. So a big piece of the evening will be about her work and just a tribute to her and everything she has given to the Memphis theater community.
Fantastic. Okay, so where can people get tickets, Elizabeth?
So you can go to our website, memphisostranders.com, and there is a link from the homepage there. You can also visit our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/memphisostranders. Or you can email me, elizabethperkins@gmail.com, and I'll send you a ticket.
That sounds fantastic. Elizabeth Perkins joining us on the digital desk to talk about the Ostranders Award ceremony, August 24th, a great time to recognize all those great people involved in theater each and every year, the 41st annual. Elizabeth, thanks for coming on the digital desk and telling us about this great party. Congratulations on everything, and look forward to checking it out and look forward to recognizing more great theater across Memphis and Shelby County. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's a brand new documentary that was shot in our area, and it is already receiving awards. A highly anticipated documentary, and I'm really lucky to have on the Action News 5 Digital Desk one of the co-directors joining us to talk a little bit about this director. Or this documentary, excuse me. Andy McMillan is one of the filmmakers, and he is going to explain to us this documentary. It's called Mississippi River Styx, and I understand a little bit about the plot, but I want to hear it from you, Andy. Good morning. Tell us about Mississippi River Styx, and I understand part of the Mid-South is a part of this film. Tell me a little bit about the premise, and then we can get into some Q&A. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So Mississippi River Styx follows the story of Kelly Phillips, who finds out he has 3 months to live and decides he will spend his last days attempting to float the length of the Mississippi River in what is essentially a sinking houseboat. And we follow him on the full journey, and it has sort of everything you would expect from the Mississippi River for those that have spent time on it. The danger, the adventure, the sort of people that will give you the shirt off of their back. But then it's also animated by the sort of mystery around Kelly and what his true backstory is. But ultimately, it's really a film about something that's universal, which is grief. Yeah.
Gotcha. And we have some pictures here of what I understand are pictures in West Helena, Arkansas, some of the areas where the filming took place. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yeah, so that's Tim Grant, my co-director, and Ben Joyner, who we see walking the plank there, holding the camera. So I met Kelly at a little bar in Memphis called Bar Dog. And a couple weeks later, we were on his boat floating down the river. And we were supposed to begin in Memphis, but when our crew flew in, we couldn't find him. And by the time we tracked him down, he was in West Helena. So our first 2 or 3 days were spent in that area.
Gotcha. And I was reading up on this before our interview. I saw that this documentary, Andy, has already been critically acclaimed. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we've been really fortunate. We had a great little festival run. We played 10 festivals. Our final, which is coming up this week, we won awards at half of them. One of which we won at Indie Memphis, a great festival that we really loved. We won, I think it's called the Ron Tibbett Soul of Southern Film Award. So we've been really fortunate. You know, these are sort of tough times for the film world. So to have the run that we've had has been really heartening.
Right. So this is about a middle-aged man who is reportedly dying of cancer. He has this wish of floating or going down the Mississippi River on this makeshift houseboat with his dog. He stops in this one little area, and people kind of question his story. Is that the basic premise here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that was really fascinating to me about the whole story was Kelly winds up kind of being an invitation for people to project. So they bring their politics, their religion, and their ideas about how the end of a person's life should look to it. And a concept we had early on was that this story would be narrated by a daisy chain of unreliable narrators. So we use Kelly to kind of get a window into a myriad sort of points of view on grief, on the end of life, and on what it means to live with cancer.
Interesting. Okay, so I know about Bar Dog. I've been there plenty of times, and I've been to West Helena as well. Where can people check out the documentary? Because I know we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and they're going to be intrigued. They're going to want to watch. Where can we do that, Andy?
Sure. Thanks so much for queuing me up for this. So we're screening Thursday at 3:30 p.m. at Filmland in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then we are thrilled to announce that on August 22nd, we will launch our streaming premiere on a streamer called Documentary Plus, which you can find online.
Excellent. Okay, Documentary Plus. Any other place? You mentioned Thursday, 3:30 in Arkansas. Any other place where it might be in theaters at some point later? Is it one of those things where it's kind of at some point, maybe later down the road, it may premiere in some other movie houses close by?
Probably not in your area necessarily. We might wind up doing New York and LA premieres, but we're still kind of working out some of those details. But if you want more information, you can follow our film's Instagram account, which is at Miss MISS River RVERSTYX, and we'll be posting all of our updates there.
Okay, Mississippi River Styx, co-director Andy McMillan joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. I know a lot of people are intrigued and interested to watch it, so we'll definitely check out your social media footprint and see what's going on. And good luck and congratulations on the success so far. We appreciate your time on the digital desk, Andy. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
They're going to have all kinds of fans. They're going to have tailgating, lots of entertainment on a stage. And joining me now to talk about the fanfare and this experience called the Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff, Greg Hollenbeck, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Greg, tell me about this. How did this idea, first off, come about? It sounds amazing. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, it's actually very exciting. And how it came about really is just because we're trying to think of a way to make Collierville more with that college football atmosphere like you were talking about. And so we said, well, we got to move a game to a Saturday because Friday night is really hard for people to tailgate, getting off work and all that stuff. But a Saturday, we could do it. The problem is, as you said, college football is huge in the South, and we conflict with that. Everybody will stay home and watch their college teams. So this game will actually be the Saturday before college football season starts. So we're expecting a huge crowd. We want everybody out there. We're going to have a live broadcast on YouTube, kind of like that game day atmosphere. And also we're going to have live music coming in from Nashville on a big stage. We'll have a kids zone with bounce houses and lots of food trucks. We're going to have fireworks. It's going to be fun for every family member, and we want the whole town of Collierville there and anybody that wants to come out and see what Collierville football is about.
I love it, Greg. I love it. And so, I was just showing the flyer with this here, and it looks amazing. So you have everything right here on this flyer. I mean, this is Collierville versus East Nashville. This is Saturday, August 23rd, high noon there, and food trucks, games for everybody, live performances, the Dragon Walk with the team, and the big game. I mean, this is modeled after a big noon kickoff or college game day, something to that effect, isn't it?
Yeah, something to that effect. We can't exactly call it what they call it, but we love the atmosphere of both the shows, and that's what we want to do. And like we said, making it that college atmosphere, not just for the fans, but also these players. A lot of these players most high school players aren't going to go play college football. So this is their chance to experience what it's like to be in that college environment.
You know, more and more you see the college game becoming more like the pros, and you see the high school game becoming more like a college. And here we are tailgating, having this kind of pregame fun and live music, entertainment on a stage. But, you know, this is something that I think has been in the works for a while. You see it just kind of gradually getting more enjoyable for everybody out there, right?
Yes, and we try to be innovative from the beginning with just how we add our intro when the team comes out with fireworks and the smoke, and sometimes we go lights out with our hype video and the jumbotron. All that is college atmosphere, and we want to show. So, like I said, the team's coming in from Nashville. Let's show Nashville and the rest of the state of Tennessee how we do football in West Tennessee.
I love it. I love it. And so this is a picture right here of explain what this is to our viewers. This is them coming out of the tunnel, the team, right?
Yeah. So that's them as we run out, to music, and we have the cryo smoke shooting out as they run out, and fireworks shooting up in the air as they run out. And like I said, this is the same stuff you'll see at University of Memphis, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State. And we're trying to put that environment right here in high school football.
Sounds fantastic. So, again, this is Saturday, August 23rd. Noon is the time on the schedule. What time is the actual game?
The actual game's at 6 o'clock. And obviously the whole day is going to be huge. But we want people to come to the game, too. That's the main thing. We're going to have a really good team this year. We got a heavy senior class. We're loaded with talent on offense and defense. Joe Riccone, the head coach, has been there a while. This is where he played high school football, and he's got this team in a good place. I was at practice yesterday. They're looking really good. We look fast, and so we're hoping to make a good run in the state this year.
Fantastic, Greg. This sounds fantastic. And again, this is open to everybody in the town of Collierville and beyond. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yes.
Did you?
Nothing really.
Did you
just please come out and enjoy it. And like you said, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say anything else before we let you go, Greg.
Oh yeah. So I'll just say, like you said, everybody's welcome to come out. We want to show you what Collierville football is about and how we're doing football in West Tennessee, and what a good program Coach Riccone's putting together there. So come out. It's going to be lots of fun for the kids, the whole family, and to watch some really good high school football.
Fantastic. All right. Greg Hollenbach, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about big Saturday kickoff in the town of Collierville, August 23rd. Festivities begin at noon with the game at 6 o'clock. Greg, thank you so much for coming on, and good luck on an amazing season ahead. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high. Far cry from the 95 that we had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breeze is coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, you know, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures will still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 digital desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain, but unfortunately just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert future forecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction the next couple of days. We'll drop into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning, may want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, the sunshine throughout the course of the day, back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday football fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind in Lausanne. And I think that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to breathe fire. Notice the chances a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it. And that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities, and less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91, we're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. Still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday football fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of next Saturday.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, want to get to some of the top stories that we are following at this hour. The firefighters still putting out some hot spots here. This is a house fire in Binghampton, Crystal Avenue off Tillman. Certainly this happened a couple hours ago, as you can see, before dawn broke. Firefighters there and Memphis police reaching out to them for any cause or injuries at this time. Big story that we are continuing to follow here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, online and on the air, is the trial for the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's death. The jury could decide the fate of him later today. In fact, jury deliberations are expected to continue about 9 o'clock this morning. He's facing all kinds of charges, including first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. He could also be convicted on lesser charges under this. Under the jury deliberations. We'll just have to wait and see. Again, it starts at about 9:15 this morning. There's another story that we're following here. This is Memphis investigators looking into someone who shot a 12-year-old boy while he was walking into a store. This happened yesterday afternoon around 3:30. He showed up to a fire station at 3rd and Rollins, was rushed to the hospital in non-critical condition. Investigators trying to figure out exactly where the scene of the crime was. No word on any suspects. If you know anything about this case, please call or text Crime Stoppers anonymously. That number is 901-528-CASH. Another story that we continue to follow here is this area of North Memphis, where a proposal for a new jail in Shelby County would go. And of course, those residents there in North Memphis, New Chicago neighborhood, not happy about it. Most people do agree that Shelby County needs a new jail. The issue is it's not in my backyard kind of a deal here. So Shelby County commissioners looked at plans for this new jail. Yesterday's meeting was about funding the new Shelby County jail. It would cost taxpayers about $350,000. People in that New Chicago area say they don't want it there. They also suggested the jail needs assessment report because there were 2 other locations that were suggested. One would be expanding the current jail site downtown. The other would be out east near the Shelby County Roads Department. So it's expected to come up again for discussion later in the fall. Biggest names on the PGA Tour expected to return to Memphis next year. PGA Tour confirms that the FedEx St. Jude Championship will again kick off the FedEx Cup playoffs next year. TPC Southwind. Mark it down. The event's going to run from August 10th through the 16th, 2026. It'll be the 4th time FedEx Cup chase will start here in Memphis. And then speaking of Memphis, the FedEx St. Jude FedEx University of Memphis launching a sponsorship deal. The FedEx logo is going to be featured in each end zone at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. In addition, both sidelines will display a new logo that combines the Memphis Leaping Tiger and FedEx under the new designation line, moving Memphis athletics forward together. The senior VP of Global Brand Communications with FedEx said, "We continue to find ways to evolve our long-standing relationship with the University of Memphis, supporting sports. It's more than marketing. It's how we connect with our fans to build loyalty and a sense of community, both in our hometown of Memphis and on a national level." Fans can see the revamped sponsorship in action on the the football field Saturday, August 30th, when Memphis hosts UT Chat, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, for their home opener. All right, another live look from our High Five camera. Downtown, 74 comfortable degrees, 8:09. We're back at 60 seconds. Okay, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to give you a live look right here. Traffic, once again, an issue this morning. This is I-40 at Whitten. Both directions here, slow going on a Thursday morning. Again, this is I-40 at Whitten in both directions. You can see there is a single car crash, according to first responders. You can see it there off in the distance. Certainly, it is a little bit slower in one direction than it is in the other, but again, it's right in the heart of the morning commute here. So if you're at I-40 at Whitten, just keep in mind, have your patience with you, because it is slow going right now due to a single car crash. Looks like one direction may be closed in that far lane there. So we'll continue to watch it here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk and keep you posted on what is going on there. Right now, I want to talk about I Love Memphis blog and the happy hour. The happy hour that are happy hours that are found all across Memphis. Take a listen. The Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you're new to Memphis, if you've been in Memphis several years, perhaps you're a lifelong Memphian. You're always looking for things to do, places to go, things to see, that sort of thing. The best resource for everybody, I was trying to think of the right word, but the best resource for everyone out there is I Love Memphis, in my opinion. I think it's a wonderful resource for anybody, any time of the year you're looking for something to do. Perhaps you got people coming into town, or you just want to get out with your girlfriends, or a guy's night, or whatever. We got Jalen Suchek joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. She is always in the know when it comes to I Love Memphis and I Love Memphis blog. She runs it with some others out there. And how's that going, by the way? You've been doing this now for quite a bit. Everything going well, Jalen? Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. And Andrew, I mean, I love your intros. You always give the best intro, so thank you for that. But yeah, everything's been great. I've been at the helm now about, almost 3 years. We've been really trying to build up a strong contributor team, so it's not just one voice, it's more of collective voices around the city to just tap into everything there is, because one person can obviously not do it all, because contrary to some belief, there is so much to do in this city, and I'm happy to be constantly busy.
Okay, so I can't remember the publication, but someone outside of Memphis sent me something that said top 5 most boring cities was Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like, what, are you on crack or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're living in a different world if you think that. I refute that.
Exactly.
Vehemently.
100%. 100%. So anyway, enough about that. I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk.
I know
about,
we could go on a whole rant on that.
I know I'm preaching to the choir. So Jalen, let's talk about these happy hours that I understand are bigger and better than ever these days, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, in restaurants, we know it's hard, so they have to be a little more competitive. So we always have a happy hours guide to deals blog. We just recently updated it because, like the Memphis weather, happy hour deals change quickly. So I say this all with preface that, call ahead if you want to confirm it or look on their socials just to make sure that it's still accurate. Because again, it can change. They might have new offerings or different days, different hours. This is why we have to routinely update this guide. But I had to ask you, Andrew, do you have a favorite happy hour around the city?
I wish I did. I think I might need to. Give me some
We'll
points.
find you one by the end of this.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I can just hop in. So our guide has about 15 spots. And I mean, of course, that is not speaking to every great happy hour in the city. We really tried to boil it down to places that have good daily happy hour offerings. Some places maybe it's just a Monday night or a Thursday night. So that's how we kind of organized it. We are always open to more feedback and adding more places. So if you have a good spot, please let us know. We love to take people's recommendations and infuse them into the guide. So I picked 3 of my favorites from the guide, different little spots in town. The first is Bell Tavern. And Andrew, I'm not sure if you've heard of Bell Tavern. Some people, you bring it up and they're never heard of this place before.
I haven't. Tell me more. I'm interested, though. Looks great.
Yeah, and so I think a reason people don't know about it is because it's a hidden bourbon bar in an alleyway in downtown Memphis. So the Barbaro Alley, just around the corner from Aldo's, tucked in there between, like the Peabody and South Main. This is just a great spot in general. Some of the best people work there, and they have a very, very generous happy hour. This is one of my favorites. So you can get $4 domestic beers, $7 house cocktails, and $7 glasses of wine. Those house cocktails include like Manhattans, Old Fashions, French 75s, martinis. Harold is one of the main bartender there. He is kind of, if you know name in the city, one of the best bartenders. So you get a great deal and you have one of the best bartenders making them. He makes some of the best Old Fashions. I love the French 75. They also have really good food. And if you're still having difficulty placing it, it's in the back of where 117 Prime was. So they use
Okay, yes,
same
I know where
kitchen
that
there.
is. You had me at Hidden Bourbon Bar, Jalen. That sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, when we posted a reel of them, people were like, I've worked in downtown my whole life and I didn't know this existed. And it's been there for several years. So I always love to share that one. And that happy hour deal is Tuesday to Saturday from 4 to 7. So pretty generous because you don't have too many that give you a Friday and Saturday for those happy hour deals.
Sweet. What
Yes,
else you got?
We are moving into Midtown now. This is one of my favorite bars in the city to go to for a cocktail outside of happy hour or with happy hour. The great news is they have a very, very good, nice, generous happy hour. I am amazed that they still continue having it. It's such a good deal. But this is Cameo in Midtown. It's on Union Avenue, right across from the Firehouse. They have, for their happy hour, half off classic cocktails, draft beer, and glasses of house and red wine, white wines too. And then they also do an $8 Cool Kids burger, which is so delicious. You have to order it. But this is, one of the best cocktail bars in the city. They have just numerous cocktail options. And normally when you're talking about quantity, you're kind of fearful about the quality. You get both at this bar. It's one of my favorites. And their sister bar, Mary's BOTE, also has a great happy hour. That's the Tiki Bar in Cooper Young. But you can get this happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 7. And on Monday, it's all night long. But love Cameo. It's a great place if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome! I love it. Okay, now you're bringing it this morning. I love this, and I know it's the morning, and I know people don't like generally drinking cocktails until the afternoon, but I'm feeling it.
There's a reason they start at 4.
Yes, and I've been up since 2 o'clock. Just saying.
Oh, hey, I used to do those days too, and I got to give you props. It's hard being up that early, and your happy hour starts probably more about noon.
Yeah, or before, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
So my third favorite place, and I feel like this is the place where people are like, no, do not tell people about this. We don't want more people coming. It is Swamp Bar in Overton Square. This is one of my favorite spots in the city too, for food, drinks. Kelly English spot right next to Second Line. Their happy hour it's just like unbelievably cheap. They have $2 High Lifes, $3 Stellas, $4 House Highballs, $5 margaritas, which are really good, $5 Anandas, which is Wiseacres IPA, and $6 house wine. And they do that from Wednesday to Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. So you have the whole weekend in there. And that's just the days they're open. So that's why it starts on Wednesday. So every day they're open 5 to 7. Really cool vibes. Just one of the best spots. And I know I'm going to hear grumbles of why'd you have to tell people about it?
And you said on the I Love Memphis blog, you have like 15 listed, right?
Yep, if you go to our ilovememphisblog.com right now on our homepage, it's one of our feature stories. You can click on it and you can go through all 15 spots, maybe recommend a spot of your own, and you can check out all those deals. I mean, I don't have to put teasers, like Laughlin's on there. They have a great happy hour, so I'm going to leave that as a little teaser to get people to go to it.
Perfect. All right, Jalen Suchek, really appreciate every time you come on the I Love Memphis blog or come on the Digital Desk to talk about the blog. Always good info, chock full for everybody to see, no matter where you live. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and I hope to see you at a happy hour soon.
Oh, heck yeah. I definitely will, for sure. I mean, Hidden Bourbon Bar, the Swamp Bar, Cameo, I'm there. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, take care, Jay. Back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, want to show you another live picture here from the traffic situation. This is from our TDOT SmartWay camera. Different angle here. This is I-40 east of Sycamore View. It's the traffic that's headed west. Again, westbound, headed towards downtown. Second day in a row, we've seen backups on I-40 westbound. So just take it slowly here. It appears to be one vehicle accident, but a number of different first responders and police there on the side. And it looks to be at least one lane, perhaps two, that are shut down on the I-40 westbound near Witten, east of Sycamore View, that you can see right now. Again, these are live pictures from our TDOT SmartWay camera. We'll continue to follow it here on Action News 5's Digital Desk, bring you updates throughout the morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you this. 1 in 6 people worldwide experience some sort of infertility. And for many parents or would-be parents out there, the path to parenthood, well, that can feel overwhelming, sometimes isolating, and emotionally exhausting, I should say. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by two ladies, Olympic gold medalist Tara Lipinski and Dr. Lucky Seekon. She is a reproductive endocrinologist and an infertility specialist. They are joining me on the Digital Desk to talk about infertility. And Tara, good morning to you. I first want to begin with you. People very familiar with your Olympic record. Congratulations on all your success, your Olympic gold, that sort of thing. But you also had this battle with infertility. Can you tell us about that battle and how you're helping others? Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, it was a long journey for us. We went on a 5-year infertility journey. We went through IVF and miscarriage, endometriosis, and then eventually we chose surrogacy to bring our daughter into this world. But we went through a lot, and I had 24 procedures over those 5 years, 8 egg retrievals, 6 failed transfers, 4 miscarriages. So it was a really difficult phase of life. It was the hardest thing that I had ever done. And I wasn't telling people. I kind of kept it all to myself. And it was a lot to deal with because I still think that there is a taboo feeling when it comes to infertility or miscarriage where we can't really feel comfortable speaking openly about it. And that is really what I'm trying to change, and what my husband and I did when we documented our story and sort of told the world. And it was to change that, to break down the stigma and to open the conversation and have honest conversations about infertility or miscarriage or surrogacy, to normalize it. And that's what we're doing here today. We're partnering with Fertility Out Loud, and Fertility Out Loud is an incredible resource where people that are just starting the journey or have been on it for a while and facing obstacles can go. And it's just a safe place to land to get real information and to also get support. It's a community where there are so many people experiencing the feelings you're feeling, have gone through what you are going through. And I think when a story mirrors your own, there is a great sense of relief, just feeling I'm not alone. I'm not as isolated as I think, and there is hope. And I think hope is one of the most important things you can have on this journey, because there's so many unexpected things that happen, and it can take a while. So you have to have that strength, and you have to be resilient, and you have to get back in the game. And sometimes that's really hard to do. So having a little family to support you like Fertility Out Loud is, for me, it's priceless, and it's an incredible resource.
I appreciate you opening up to us, Tara. Thank you so much. Lucky, over to you. I keep on hearing over and over again how infertility is becoming more and more of an issue with aspiring parents. Is there any indication what's causing this infertility? I know a lot of theories are out there. What can you tell us?
Well, I think it's great that we're having conversations like this. I think there is more awareness, so it can sometimes feel like it's more prevalent because we're talking about it, and it's being diagnosed more and treated more, these are all positives. I think there is a sense that it is increasing in prevalence, though, and one major factor in that is the biological clock. We know that aging, especially on the female side, can really make it more difficult to get pregnant, to ovulate a healthy egg month after month. And it can make an already really inefficient process less efficient. And that's why we give advice like, okay, if you're under 35 and you've been trying for up to a year, it's time to seek help. You don't want to wait too long to see a doctor for testing and treatment. And if you're 35 and older, it's time to see a specialist at the 6-month mark. And if you're in your 40s and you're starting on this journey, don't wait longer than 3 months.
Lucky, let me press a little bit, because I know that there's some parents out there that are watching this that want to have a baby so badly. What would you tell aspiring parents out there that are probably about to or just beginning this whole process?
I think it's important to get educated, because a lot of us, the last time we thought about fertility and what it takes to get pregnant was when we were trying to prevent pregnancy, when we were in high school health class. And unfortunately, society lacks the education needed to really understand this intricate process. So going to resources like fertilityoutloud.com, finding reputable sources to help guide you in your journey so you're not wasting valuable time. I think that's really the first step, is getting to know your body, tracking your cycle, and reporting things to your doctor early and often. If you have painful periods or they're irregular, don't normalize that, because there might be something going on that's deeper. And there can be lots of different gynecologic reasons that one can have trouble with conceiving. And it's important to really get to the bottom of these and get diagnosed sooner rather than later, because it is so time sensitive.
So, Tara, back over to you. You have such a large social media following, big presence there online. What do you want other people to know about your struggles to help them through perhaps their journey and their struggle as well.
Well, it can be really hard to share these feelings with people outside of your immediate family. And that was something that I struggled with for so long. And I think truthfully, every person's experience is so unique to themselves, and they need to do what's right for their mental health. If they don't want to share, then don't share. If you want to share, then share. And I think for me, I eventually got to that point where I wanted to share. And I just hope, that I can be a source of hope for people who have gone on long journeys. I can hopefully help empower people to advocate for themselves, to get educated, to find support. And at the end of the day, I just want to validate people's emotions through this process. And I think that's what struck me the most when I did tell my story, is the overwhelming response and support that I got from this community. And, there was so many times that, of course, I talked to my immediate family and friends and tried to explain what I was going through. But when someone actually walks that path, they speak about it in a way where you just think, oh my goodness, those are my words. Like, I feel that exact same feeling. And to hear that, it makes you feel so seen and heard, and it makes you feel that your feelings are validated. And it also creates a really beautiful bond with, for me, sometimes just a perfect stranger that is DMing me on Instagram. But you realize, oh wow, we really have gone through something that not everyone can understand. So I think finding a support system on this incredibly sometimes difficult journey is essential.
Well, listen, ladies, thank you very much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We really appreciate the information and your stories and where people can go for help. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high. Far cry from the 95 that we had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breeze is coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures are still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain. But unfortunately, just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now, officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert futurecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction in the next couple of days. We'll drop into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning, may want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, the sunshine throughout the course of the day, back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday Football Fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind and Lausanne. And I think that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to refire. Notice the chance is a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it. And that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities. Then less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91. We're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September, will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. Still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday Football Fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of next Saturday.
Okay, back here live in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Wanted to give you an update on the traffic situation here at I-40 east of Sycamore View Row. You can see the traffic westbound lane. One lane of traffic still being blocked there by police due to a crash that happened a short time ago. It's 8:38 right now, and this is still a little bit slow going here. So they have been. The one lane's been basically taken out of commission here. This is I-40 westbound, so headed downtown, east of Sycamore View Road. That is the crash where you can see police and several other cars there on the scene. The eastbound lane's running smoothly, no issues, no lane closures or anything. So just just keep in mind that this is the second day I-40 has had some complications on the westbound lane. This one not as bad as yesterday, but certainly a little bit more slow going as normal here on your commute. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Olivia Wall joining us at Memphis Botanic Garden to talk about the events that are happening each and every month, it seems. Every few weeks, Olivia, you guys have something great going on. What's going on these days? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having us. We could not be more thrilled to continue our summer events. Right now, I'm standing in our Radiance Amphitheater right next to our concert lawn as we count down the days until we have 3 back-to-back concerts. So we kick off Darius Rucker on August 23rd.
That is awesome. I remember seeing Darius Rucker there at the Botanic Garden a few years back. He always puts on a great show.
He does. Just a tremendous show every single time. We love having him back. We love having him here. He's definitely a fan favorite. And then, after that, we go straight into ZZ Top September 6th. And as we announced recently, we have the Isley Brothers joining us on September 19th, which is sure to be a fantastic night out.
No question about it. Tell me how the concert series has been going so far this year.
Well, we had a little bit of a hiccup when Steve Miller Band canceled their tour, but we could not be happier to pivot and secure the Isley Brothers to come and close out our 25th season. It's a huge deal for us, and we could not be more excited.
How about the concerts that have already happened? Well attended, all that good stuff?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been a little warm, so if we could get, the weather to cool down a little bit, that'd be ideal. But we kicked off with Third Eye Blind, which is just a wonderful evening out. And then we went into Parker McCollum, which is also a fantastic show. If you have never heard of Parker, please look him up. He has some really great country hits.
That's great news. So, Olivia, tell us how we can get tickets and what the tickets are.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got plenty of lawn tickets still available. Those are available via Ticketmaster.com. They start at $70 plus fees, but keep in mind, you can bring your own coolers, you can bring your own picnic. We encourage that. We want you to come and make an evening of it. We want you to bring your blankets and your chairs and spread out on our lush lawn and just really make an evening of it.
That's fantastic. It's something that's so much fun that everybody should do at some point, at least once a summer, perhaps more than that. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Olivia? This sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff going on at the garden. Follow us on social media. check out our website, membg.org. We are constantly having things happening. We've got a bunch of 21 plus evenings coming up. We've got kids drop in every month. We've got so much things happening here, and you can find all of that on our website and social media.
You got the big backyard coming up as well. I know that for sure. And yeah, you're right. Just so many different things happening in the 96 acres of beauty at Memphis Botanic Garden. Olivia Wall joining us on the digital desk. Olivia, thanks.
Thank you.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Have you heard of the Mimosa Festival? It is back in Memphis later this month. Last year, get this, there were more than 7,000 people that attended it. It's coming back to AutoZone Park in downtown Memphis, and there's all kinds of festivities planned outside of the mimosas that we all know and love here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We're talking about fireworks and live performances as well. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I have Jason Spicer, an event coordinator for the Big Mimosa Memphis Festival. Jason, good morning to you. So tell me about the festival. Tell me what's going on. I know that there's a lot of people that love mimosas all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Good morning.
Good morning, man. Yeah, we're excited, man. We are celebrating the 10th Mimosa Festival, not annual. It's just we've done 10. We typically do 2 a year through Memphis and Nashville, and it's just a huge celebration for 901 Day weekend. So it's both combined in a melting pot for one of the biggest celebrations in Memphis of the year. We're doing live performances. Like you said, there'll be fireworks shows and all kinds of different entertainment, man. We're really, really excited about it.
So tell me about it. This sounds exciting. More than 7,000 people attended last year. This is at AutoZone Park. I've been to festivals at AutoZone Park, and generally people go around the concessions and check things out. So take me through it. So if people were to arrive, this is August 31st at AutoZone Park. Just take me through what people can expect.
Okay. This is the very first time we're doing a sunset Mimosa Festival. Because of the fireworks show we want to do in celebration of 901 Day in the night, pretty much at 8:45 p.m. So you walk through the gates, you have a wide variety of mimosa stations. You are welcome to go about and try different mimosas. All ticket holders are able to do so. We have some of the most amazing food trucks in the world, I want to say, but we definitely have some amazing food trucks if you want to try food. We have VIP sections, we have general seating, we have grass where you can come sit out on the lawn, all different types of music. We also have the VIP club level where if you just want to sit inside and you want to hang out inside somewhere and get away from the element and look over the festival, kind of have a panoramic view of the entire festival, you can also do that. Also, just fire dancers, all kind of live entertainment, just really entertaining evening. Mimosa Festival has really grown. Like you said, we had 7,000 guests at the last Mimosa Festival, and so we just in celebration, man. We're just happy about it. We've never had any issues, and we just want to have a great time and just want to celebrate Memphis.
That sounds fantastic, Jason. When I think of mimosas, I think of orange juice and champagne. Should I be thinking about other things?
Yes. You should be thinking about blueberry mimosas, pineapple mimosas. You should be thinking about man-mosas. Anything that can be done with the mimosa, we pretty much do it.
That sounds awesome. All right. I love it. What else can we talk about, Jason?
We just want the city to come out. We're looking forward to, like I said, this is a first of its kind. Although it's the 10th Mimosa Festival, we're in connection with jumping off 901 Day weekend, and we just want everybody to come out and have an amazing time, enjoy themselves in a very safe environment. Like I said, we have live performances. We have some special guest surprises as well. We have two different stages. We have a hip hop. Well, we have three different stages. We have a hip hop stage, a R&B stage, and pretty much a top 100 stage. And so on each of these stages, we're going to do some live performances. We've already released the hip hop stage, which is artist. His name is Lil Bootsy. He'll be performing live. And so the next release will be the R&B stage. So we just want everybody to stay tuned. And I think we'll have an amazing time.
How much are tickets?
General admission tickets are $55. Actually, $52.50 to be exact, plus taxes and fees.
Gotcha. And how long does it gonna last? You said 8:45 it begins?
No. 8:45 p.m. is the time the fireworks start. The festival is from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Like I said, it's typically 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. We've never done a sunset one. So this is just a special celebration, and we just kind of change things a little bit to kind of up the ante a little bit.
Gotcha. All right, Jason Spicer talking about the Mimosa Festival happening on 901 weekend, specifically Sunday, August 31st. Jason, we appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much, and good luck on the event.
Thank you for having me, man. I got some free tickets for you guys, too.
I love it. Thank you. You sold me already. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's do some headlines right now at 8:49. And one of the headlines we're going to be talking about here is this. It was a house fire that happened in the Memphis neighborhood of Binghampton. This happened several hours ago, about 4 or 5 o'clock. Crystal Avenue off Tillman. Firefighters there on the scene of this house fire. And we are reaching out to Memphis Fire about the cause and any injuries, if there were any at all. We're also expected to see jury deliberations continue for Hernandez Govan. He is the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's murder. That happened back in November of 2021. The jury has to decide several different counts. The big ones, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The jury could come back on lesser charges. When that happens, we will break that news live on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another story that we are following right now. Memphis investigators say someone shot a 12-year-old boy while he was walking into the store yesterday afternoon around 3:30, showed up to a fire station at 3rd and Rollins, was rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, non-critical condition. Investigators trying to figure out exactly where the scene of the crime was, which store. No word on any suspects. If you know anything about this case, call or text Crime Stoppers anonymously. That number is 901-528-CASH. Also, residents in North Memphis, they are very much concerned about this proposal for a new jail, the Shelby County Jail. Everyone agrees there needs to be a new jail. Here's the issue, though. The issue is that they don't want it in their backyard. That is certainly something that people living in the new Chicago area do not want. They came out of this county commission meeting voicing their concerns about the new Shelby County Jail proposal that would put it in their community. It would cost taxpayers about $350,000. People living in that new Chicago area say there are other locations that were suggested in the jail needs assessment report, 2 other ones. One was expanding the current jail site downtown Memphis, the other out east near the Shelby County Roads Department. Some good news here. The PGA Tour has said that Memphis will be the site of the FedEx St. Jude Championship once again and the FedEx St. Jude Cup playoffs next year. TPC Southwind, the event, mark it down, August 10th through the 16th of 2026. It'll be the 4th time the FedEx Cup chase will begin in Memphis. Great news there. And FedEx and the University of Memphis announced a sponsorship deal. The FedEx logo will be featured in each end zone at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. In addition, both sidelines will display a new logo that combines the Memphis Leaping Tiger and the FedEx logos, unified under the new designation line, moving Memphis athletics forward together. Senior VP of FedEx said, "We continue to find ways to evolve our long-standing relationship with the University of Memphis. Supporting sports is more than marketing. It's how we connect with fans and build loyalty, sense of community. In our hometown of Memphis on a national level, fans will be able to see this revamped sponsorship in action on the football field Saturday, August 30th. Memphis hosts Chattanooga at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium for their home opener." Certainly glad to know that college football season is here. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera downtown, 74 degrees, 8:53. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high.
Right, I'll be right
Far
back,
cry
and
from the
I'll open up
95
the
that we
Zoom.
had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breeze is coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, you know, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures can still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 digital desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain. But unfortunately, just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now, officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert futurecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction the next couple of days. We'll drop it into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning. May want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, the sunshine throughout the course of the day, back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday Football Fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind and Lausanne. And I think that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to refire. Notice the chance is a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it. And that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities. Then less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91. We're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September, will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. That still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday Football Fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of next Saturday.
Ashling, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, if you could turn on your camera, we are about 40 seconds away from you. Appreciate you waking up early with us. I just wanted to make sure your mic sounded good, and we're raring to go.
Okay, perfect. I'm ready for you.
Okay, great. Talk to you in a second. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right, let me ask you out there, how many times have you heard people say, well, it's too expensive to fly out of Memphis. I can't really fly anywhere because it's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Well, I have got the interview for you this morning. On the Action News 5 digital desk, am happy to bring on Aisling Woolley. She is a Memphian, and she has created this business to get people to fly in and out of Memphis at very low cost to you, the consumer. And I, from what I understand, I've done a little research, Aisling, that it is a combination of points and timing that is so effective in allowing people to travel not just anywhere in the country, we're talking anywhere in the world. So I'm happy to have you on the Action News 5 digital desk, where we have thousands of people watch each and every morning. Tell me, how are you? Good morning.
I'm good. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to tell Memphis all about what I do.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so first things first, tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been here? How did you come up with this idea? And how has it evolved over time?
Absolutely. So I'm actually not native to Memphis, but I moved here back in 2020. And obviously when I moved here, no one was traveling. But slowly, as the world began opening up, I started asking my friends, my coworkers, people at church, where are the best places to travel from Memphis? Because I knew where I came from, there were places that were a lot cheaper than others. And consistently, I got hit the same brick wall of information saying, you just can't afford to travel from Memphis. Memphis is way too expensive. It used to be amazing and it's not anymore. And so most people can't afford it. And first I was discouraged. And then with a lot of stubbornness in me, I did some research and ended up really finding that if you are able to time everything correctly, and if you're looking for flights in the right places, you can make travel so much more affordable. So back in 2021, I just started an Instagram account posting fun flights I was finding for myself and put it out into the Instagram world. And then in 2023, I shifted that into a business where I'm able to consistently share amazing flight deals from Memphis and, like you said, to all over the world. A lot of people, when they hear that, they think these must be crazy layovers, like a ton of layovers, or have to stay there for a long time, or that they're all on budget airlines. And that is just not true. I'm consistently finding deals that I would be willing to take myself. So there are short layovers, or only one layover, or nonstop options, and consistently on major airlines, with some budget airlines thrown in there for people who really do like a good deal. So that's kind of how it started. And then it turned into so much more. I realized the more I shared about how to make travel accessible, that I was actually only sharing a piece of what I do. I use cheap flights all the time, but we actually use credit card points to pay for the majority of our travels. So even though I do find amazing cash fares out of Memphis, I have since expanded it to be helping people to use credit card points to travel for free consistently. So it's kind of changed, but we're still starting, like I still have all the amazing deals, but we're morphing to give you more flights for less money.
Fantastic, Aisling. And I want to let our viewers know about your website. This is it, 901flights.com. And it kind of talks a little bit about how you're able to save people money with flight alerts, points, and other things. You have a strategy involved that talks about, how you're able to get these flights from anywhere in the world, as you mentioned, as we've been talking about. What is the biggest surprise to you? Because this is relatively new. You've been doing this for a couple of years, 3 years. What is the biggest surprise to you that you found coming up with these different strategies?
The biggest surprise is actually that most people don't know how to access these resources. First of all, finding cheap flights, they're out there and it just takes a little bit of work. And so I eliminate the time and work needed and just find them for you. But on top of that, I meet people every day who tell me, oh yeah, I use credit card points all the time. We fly, a couple times here and there. And I went, no, wait a second. I use points to pay for flights and hotels of 3 to 5 vacations a year. And I've created this system. I've kind of hacked the world to be able to say, how can I use points to pay for more? And that's the piece that most people are missing. They know how to occasionally get free flights, occasionally get these amazing deals, but I want to show you how to do it consistently, because that's how we travel. We're traveling internationally several times a year, domestically several times a year, and it is something so possible for most families.
That's fantastic to hear, and I know that the thousands of people watching us right now are eager to learn more about it. What really caught my eye, Aisling, was the fact that this was all out of Memphis International Airport. It wasn't out of JFK or Atlanta or DFW. We are talking Memphis. And now you've kind of expanded to Nashville, is that right?
I have, yeah. I mean, I'm here in Memphis, so it's my hometown. It's where I'm already looking for flights. And then slowly I've gotten more and more demand for BNA. But honestly, that really is the thing that sets me apart. If you ever learn about points or learn about cheap flights, most people are talking about LAX, JFK, sometimes Atlanta. And I go, that's great for those people, but what about for the people who live everywhere else? What about us here in Memphis? And so I wanted to create a resource that was available to us, a resource that made it easy to access cheap or free flights. And so that's my goal. I really wanted to hyper focus in on the place that means the most to me.
That's awesome. I love it. And I understand you do this not just for individuals or couples, you do this for entire families. Can you break down can people just go to your website, or can they just follow you on Instagram to figure this all out? I know you have several tiers. Explain that to our audience.
Yeah. So I'm on Instagram, Facebook, but 901flights.com has everything all in one place. On 901flights.com, you'll find where you can get cheap flight alerts. It's just a yearly membership. And then I offer an upgrade that if you want cheap flights and point alerts. So I find point deals from Memphis to all over the world, paying 60% less for every time you fly. Then on top of that, I offer education. So I actually take a personalized, customized approach that rather than just spewing information at you, I say, okay, let's focus in and you tell me about your goals, your ideal year of travel, tell me about your spending habits, your credit score, and I create everything for you and I create a plan for you to be able to build up points quickly and consistently so that you're never running out, but that this is all built around you and around your lifestyle. So it's exactly what you like. I find a lot of people open the wrong cards or start building points for the wrong area. And this is to hyper focus it and help you to get to your goals a lot faster. So I offer a few different ways to work with me, which can all be found on 901flights.com.
Can you give us some examples of some of the deals that you've flown on and you've gotten for others?
Yeah, cash deals. I have flown to Europe several times for $500. I think I did Ireland for $450. And these are round trip prices. This is not one way, round trip. And I'm consistently sending people to do that. I've also flown to the Caribbean for, I think it was about $280 round trip. That was to St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. Then with point deals, this is what makes it incredible, is that you're only paying for a very small fee for taxes. And so you can fly to Hawaii and back for $12. You can fly to Japan for $56. You can fly to all over Europe for under $100. And it's just severely cutting back the cost and making your budget to go that much further.
So let me just make sure we didn't have a hiccup in that Zoom interview here, Aisling. You said to fly from Memphis to Japan for $50? Come on now.
This is round trip, $50. And again, this is with points that you're able to supplement it with points. So you're just paying the taxes. But yes, this is what I do consistently every year, that I'm never paying more than just the taxes on my flights. And then for hotels, which I help people book as well, you're paying nothing, like no taxes, no fees, that an entire trip to Japan round trip could be $56. Yeah.
Wow, that is incredible. Where do people, before we let you go, where do people make the biggest mistakes in your opinion?
With points, I would actually say it is that a lot of people try to patch together free advice that they find online. And the problem is that when you're finding advice made for people online, it's made for like 700,000 people. It's not really customized to each individual person. And so that's actually how I started. And it ended up costing me years of trying to patch this together and make it work. With following this generic advice online, you're going to get generic results. You're not going to be able to reach your goals as fast. You're going to be patching it together. And so what I find is most people feel like they can go out and do this. It honestly can be oversimplified online, saying you just open 1 million credit cards. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. It doesn't have to be 1 million credit cards. It doesn't have to be that you're piecing it together, but that it can be something that's streamlined and you could be traveling for free within 3 months. That this is something that could be happening now, not way down the road.
I love it. This is music to my ears, and I'm sure the thousands of people who are watching right now. Aisling Woolley, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk. 901flights.com. Check it out right now. And you could be flying to Japan for $50 round trip. Aisling, thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting you. I appreciate your time on the digital desk.
Great to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. All right. How about that, huh? Yeah. Good news on a Thursday. Let's go. 76 degrees, 9:13. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's always a lot of chatter about cryptocurrency, new coins, perhaps some investments out there. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I also want to talk about some scams. There are some scams out there, and we want to talk about them so you don't get ripped off. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Ali Tager. She is with the nonprofit National Cryptocurrency Association to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency and some scams out there. Ali, where do we begin? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Perfect timing. It's Internet Safety Month, and the National Cryptocurrency Association is out here helping everyday Americans learn how to navigate the crypto landscape safely and responsibly. Unfortunately, we know that there are scammers and fraudsters in every market, and protecting yourself really comes down to practicing smart online habits, and security should always be top of mind. So excited to share more with you about some common scams and safety habits.
Yeah, so Ali, I understand there was a new study out there that talks specifically about this issue. Give me the highlights from it, please.
Yeah, we just did the largest ever study of crypto holders in America. We met with 10,000 crypto holders who come from all walks of life. They come from all genders, generations, regions across the country, industries, and income brackets. And more than 3/4 of them are actually seeing really positive results from using cryptocurrency. They are seeing financial gains, they're seeing a sense of achievement, learning and development opportunities, and a sense of fun and excitement. Very, very few of them have had negative experiences, and even fewer of those have been scam or fraud related. But unfortunately, we know that scams are pervasive in every corner of the internet. internet. We see phishing scams where people try to get you to click on random links in social media posts, texts, or emails. We see pump and dump schemes where groups band together to artificially hype up prices of coins and then leave others holding the bag. And then we see fraudsters impersonate friends, loved ones, trusted institutions to try and get you to send them cryptocurrency. So it's really important that you're being wary of all of this, that you are not sharing your information with anyone you don't know, and that you're keeping your private crypto keys like your PIN and password super safe and secure.
Yeah, that's just a good practice for any business, any kind of investment, no matter if it's cryptocurrency or not, where there's constantly scammers trying to get into your personal information online, what have you. So let's talk about some of those top crypto scams that you and your organization is seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately named pig butchering, which is just as horrible as it sounds. That's when someone pretends to build a relationship with you over time before they start to pressure you to send them sometimes smaller increments and then larger increments of cryptocurrency. We see this with online dating all the time. There's also giveaway scams where people will say, oh, if you send me just a small amount of crypto, I will send you even more back. And so it's really important that you are wary of any urgency or pressure tactics. If someone's trying to get you to send them crypto very quickly, it has a limited time offer. It's really important that you're not clicking on random links or trusting anyone that you don't know. You don't want to take financial advice from a stranger. You certainly don't want to send them your money. And when it comes to crypto, transactions are final. They can't be reversed. And so general rule of thumb, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Oh, yeah, that is always a general good rule of thumb. Where can we get some more information about scams to watch for, good health practices on the internet, that sort of thing?
Of course, the National Cryptocurrency Association is a one-stop shop to learn more about what crypto is, how it works, and how to stay safe. So encourage everyone to go to nca.org to learn more.
Okay, Ali Tager with the National Cryptocurrency Association. Appreciate the time on the Digital Desk. Valuable information for so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is something that you are going to see later this month. This is a show that is set to be in Memphis. The TV show set is in Memphis, and it is called The Rainmaker. And you will very much recognize that title because it's the title of a best-selling novel by John Grisham. And it was a movie in 1997, a very successful one at that. It is now going to be a TV show debuting on USA Network. And I'm happy on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to be joined by a couple of the stars of this show, Milo Canahan and Lana Parrilla, joining us on the Digital Desk to talk a little bit more about this show. Good morning to you both. How are things?
Morning.
Wonderful. Good morning.
So talk to me about this show. It means a lot to us here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We know Memphis is almost a character in of itself. John Grisham from this area and best-selling novel. It's been a movie and certainly a very successful read for so many out there. Tell me about the TV show specifically. Lana, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, this is our modern take on the Rainmaker. However, the story begins with a a young attorney named Rudy Baylor, played by Milo Callahan, who, fresh out of law school, gets fired by this big wig powerhouse firm and seeks refuge at at my firm, really law office. That's a bit rough around the edges and ran out of an old taco hut, and everything ensues from there.
It sounds great. Milo, over to you. Tell me about filming this, knowing the history of it, and it being a movie, a very successful book as well. How do you approach that when you're acting in a TV show about this Rainmaker?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we had the privilege of such an iconic IP, and we stand on the shoulders of giants, really. Between Grisham and Coppola's film with Matt Damon and Danny DeVito, there's a huge, rich history that we wanted to pay attention to and honor. And I think Michael did, and the scripts Michael and Jason wrote incredibly tight, really beautiful stories in every episode that really capture the heart of the novel. But we also take it further, and we play with some of the characters. We expand some of the characters. There'll be new characters. Hopefully people will come to know and love, and we're excited for everyone to see it.
So we understand it's going to be on USA Network, and then it's going to be streaming on Peacock as well. How do you want the audience to interpret what both of you have done and what the whole set and the TV show is about? Lana, let's start with you.
I just want them to enjoy the ride. Honestly, there's a character for everyone who watches this series. You know, someone to relate to, someone to fall in love with. Even the people that you want to hate, you love. The stories are heartfelt. You know, there's action, there's thriller, there's suspense, there's levity, there's romance, there's grit. It goes on and on and on. It really encompasses everything. It's just a fun ride, and for those John Grisham fans out there, I think you're really going to love this 10-hour series. It's different than the film. It's slightly different than the novel, but it definitely has the best of both in it. So I think you're going to love it.
Milo, was there anything that surprised you when filming this? You know, the Rainmaker's been around for a while, but sometimes during the filming of things, it can surprise various actors on set. Anything surprise you?
I mean, every day was a privilege coming into work, and I got to work with such an incredible cast, and, you know, they surprise me every day. I think, like Lana said, these characters are Grisham writes the most soulful, iconic characters, and these are fresh takes on them, and people who've read the novel will discover something new, and also something that feels quite warm and comfortable. I feel like it's, you know, it's like, for me, having read the novel, it was a privilege to spend that time with Rudy and Deck again, and Bruiser and the whole crew, and everyone brought something every day that was surprising. I will say that we have Dan Fogler, who's quite a well-known, fantastic actor, embodies somebody who you might not expect and maybe didn't meet in the book and the film, and I feel like he'll be a surprise for people.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So let me ask you this, because I know it was filmed in Ireland, and but a lot of people here in Memphis and the Mid-South, we know the story very well. We know John Grisham and the kind of novels that he's done in the past. Anything you want to say to people in the Memphis area, you know, for the debut of this new TV show?
I would say, you know, the topography is going to be maybe slightly different, but, you know, we filmed it in such a way where you won't even know. You won't be able to tell where we are, but you'll know it's a familiar place.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to mention before we let you go here?
You know, just to say that I feel like we were literally just sat chatting then, and this felt, when we were doing it, like a really special adventure and journey to go on with these characters. And, you know, we got Grisham's seal of approval John was very kind about the show, which was we were elated to hear, and I really think that people are going to enjoy it, and I think you should tune in on Friday. USA Network.
Yes, and on Peacock.
The next day.
The next day.
Awesome. Okay, Lana Parrilla and Milo Callahan, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks for spending a few minutes talking with us about this show, The Rainmaker. Good luck with everything, and congratulations on your career so far. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for talking.
Have a good one.
To the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've heard so much about no tax on tips. It was actually signed into law in the big to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've heard so much about no tax on tips. It was actually signed into law in the big, beautiful bill that President Trump signed earlier this month. But what does that mean for the tens of thousands of service workers all across Memphis and the Mid-South? And who's eligible? How much money could you save? And how do you keep track of it all? Well, these are all great questions, and I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone joining us once again. So, Alan, I know that you probably get a lot of questions with regards to this issue. Where do we begin on this? What do you tell some of those clients, perhaps people who call you and ask, hey, does no tax on tips apply to me? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. Glad to be here. Yeah, let's get right to it. I mean, basically, no tax on tips applies to anybody who gets tipped, whether it's restaurant service workers, valets, anyone like that who receives tips. There's also no tax on overtime. So that's a big benefit for some of those same workers who work overtime, might be eligible for time and a half. There's no tax on that. Of course, that's a much larger universe of folks. So, the big, beautiful bill for working people was beautiful because this is going to save real working people money from taxes and hopefully will, now, you mentioned, keeping up with it. Now, you got to keep up with it in case you're ever audited because there is a cap on it. It's about $25,000 of tips. So you're taxed on things above that. But it is a good step forward for working class Americans, I think.
Okay, good to know. And thank you for weighing in on that. I was going to ask about a cap. Is there a cap on something like this? And what do you recommend, Alan, as the best way to keep track of these tips and overtime as well?
Well, we're all walking around with more computing power in our phones than that was used to send folks to the moon back in the 60s. So there are all kinds of apps out there where you can, log your tips at the end of your shift to keep track of it all so that when it's time to go to do your taxes, you can provide all of that to your tax preparer. Sometimes if you're paid by credit card, the company will give you, a record of that as well. And the last thing is it's old school, but there's nothing There's nothing that replaces a good spiral bound notebook. You can get them in all kinds of sizes and just keep track of it that way. I would imagine, most of my clients who are restaurant workers, for example, they keep track of it pretty much as you go, and make sure you're keeping track of the tips that you keep. Some, in some situations, you may, if you're a waiter or waitress, you may split your tips with the bus folks or someone else in the facility, and so make sure you're only you're keeping track of all of that, so that you don't you're not getting taxed on money that you didn't actually receive because you paid it out to someone else.
So let me ask you, you mentioned it just briefly. Is there a cap? Is $25,000 the cap on this?
Yeah, yes, 25,000 is the cap. So anything above that, you'd be taxed on regularly.
Okay, got it. And so essentially, you're saving an individual who's in the service industry, gets tips, whatnot. I mean, how much are they going to be able to save? Is it ballpark?
Well, it depends on the tax bracket, but anywhere from a third to 25% of that 25,000. If you hit the top. Andrew, your producer, told me there would be no math, so I don't want to do that math in my head, on the fly. But someone can do that, and that's thousands of dollars. I mean, for most of my clients, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in savings is a huge amount, and so I think it's a great thing.
Yes, and you mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, this is anyone who gets tipped or anyone who receives some sort of tip, overtime, that sort of thing, is eligible. It doesn't have to be a certain, waitress, server, host, that sort of thing, right?
Well, that's right. Mainly, I think we're looking at restaurant workers who are the most tipped, and they, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's also what we call the tip credit, which is a special wage and hour law for folks that are customarily tipped. And if a large part of your revenue or compensation is tip based, then this applies to you. And then if you're eligible for overtime, the overtime element of this applies to you as well.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alan? This has all been very helpful for the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
I would say this, that the tip credit, particularly for restaurant workers, is often abused. And so if you feel like if someone feels like they're sharing tips with people they shouldn't be sharing tips with, or you're not getting credit for all your tips, then you ought to go see the Department of Labor or an employment lawyer about that, because if people who are subject to it, and I'll tell other listeners and watchers too, most waiters and waitresses are paid $2.13 an hour plus tips. And so tip your waiters and waitresses. Over tip your waiters and waitresses if they do a good job, because that's where they're getting most of their compensation. And most people don't really know that.
Great advice there from Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone on the Action News 5 digital desk. Alan, again, thanks for your time here. We appreciate all the knowledge. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Always glad to
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am so proud about our next guest joining us on the Digital Desk. College Game Day analyst Kirk Herbstreit joining us right now to talk about a little college football, hopefully, and then also going to be talking about a brand new docuseries, Kirk. I'm very interested about it. Of course, your special bond with Peter, your golden retriever. Man, is that social media gold or what? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
I am doing great. First off, let's talk a little bit about this docuseries you got up. Tell us where we can watch it. What's it about?
Well, it's called Fueled By. It is a docuseries about myself, and you'll also have a chance to get to know three elite athletes: George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers, Rose Lavelle, who plays on the U.S. women's national team, and Sophia Wilson, who also plays on the U.S. team. Just a relationship that, you know, me and my dogs, I have 4 dogs total. That's Peter coming down the hill there. That's my youngest, Bo, with the tennis ball in his mouth. They're a big part of my life. I treat them like family members. But you also have a chance to learn about George Kittle, not only the athlete, but the dog owner, why he loves his 2 dogs so much, Rose Lavelle and her dog. So it was a lot of fun to get to know these folks, not only as great athletes, but also, again, as people who love their dogs and look forward to getting back home and seeing those big smiles and just enjoying that relationship.
And where can we see this and what time?
Yeah, if starting really today throughout the rest of the summer and into the fall, if you go on YouTube and search Pro Plan, you will see these videos. There'll be a new one that pops up every week. And hopefully people will enjoy this journey that we were on. Like I said, the dogs have always been a big passion of mine. And now that I'm able to travel with Peter, I don't know if I'll take Bo, my youngest, or Mitch out this year with me, but having them on the road with me, it's been a real game changer for me. And I know talking with these 3 athletes and so many people really around the country, we all seem to be able to relate to having that bond and that love that we have for our dogs. And so I feel like our responsibility as receiving that love is taking care of our dogs the best we can. And Pro Plan has been a big part of that for me.
Fantastic, Kirk. I want to talk a little bit about college football. Of course, you guys were here in 2019, College Game Day on Beale Street. I remember you remarking that was one of your top 3 favorite spots in your entire tenure on College Football Game Day. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and then your thoughts on the upcoming season for the University of Memphis and Ole Miss, which is right down the road in Oxford?
Yeah, we did have an incredible stop. You know, it's so many times we go to the traditional powers, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, you know, year in and year out. And once in a while, we're able to go to a Memphis, and having the set location right there in downtown, like you said, at Beale Street, just the scene that we had, no matter which direction you looked, it was just thousands and thousands of people. We had a lot of fun celebrating Memphis football. The game against SMU that night ended up being a great game. You know, that's one of those programs, you know, it seems like the rich get richer and the bigger programs get bigger. Memphis doing a heck of a job of developing their program. You know, it's very, very challenging when you have a good player at that level in the new world that we live in. A lot of times those players are getting taken away. So puts extra pressure on the Memphis type of programs, but feel like they're doing a really good job there. And Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin, of course, another program that is so close every single year, it seems like, to knocking that door down and getting into the postseason. He always seems to give his team a chance, always finds a great quarterback, develops great skill around him, and hopefully this year they're able to stay healthy and hopefully make a great run in the SEC this year.
That episode with Lee Corso in the first kickoff of College Game Day in the season there, what's that going to mean for you?
It'll be, we're going to try to make it a celebration because that's what it needs to be. But it's, you know, he'll turn 90 years old August 7th. It'll be his last show. He's retiring, so it'll be his last show, August 30th. I was just with him at the ESPYs in LA. We celebrated him there. We're going to celebrate him on August 30th. The first headgear he ever put on was in 1996. It was about my fourth or fifth show that I ever did with him. He asked my wife, who was a former cheerleader, if she could get the Brutus headgear that he wanted to put on. She was met with some hesitation and some reservations. They finally gave in, and he put the Brutus headgear on, and he did it for the last 29 years. And this will be his last headgear that he puts on. And it's pretty fitting that it's back in Columbus where that tradition started. Hopefully he doesn't put Bevo on. Hopefully he'll put Brutus on. But we'll have a lot of fun. It's going to be a sad day, obviously. Very sentimental. He's like a second father to me. Really, really strong bond and relationship. Somebody I care deeply about. And we're going to try to stay in that celebratory mood, but of course there'll be some tears shed that day for sure.
Let me ask you a final question about Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin, your thoughts on the SEC this year?
I feel that the SEC is always going to be a wide open conference. With the additions of Texas and Oklahoma, it only has gotten that much deeper. Lane Kiffin has become a very consistent brand, not just with the personality, but with the quarterback play, with the athletic ability that he puts on the field. Every single year in this portal era, he's able to tap into that and take advantage of it. I'd expect this year to be no different. If he gets good quarterback play, consistent quarterback play, you got to feel that Ole Miss will be right there, and it'll come down to a game or two on whether or not they're able to make it to Atlanta to the SEC title, or maybe make it into the postseason, get to the playoff. I think they've become that kind of brand and with that kind of consistency. So we look forward to seeing what they can do this year.
I'm a Florida grad, Kirk. I remember watching you on College Game Day in the crowd back in the day. Where do you think Florida is going to be?
Man, I think you got one of the best quarterbacks in the country if he can stay healthy. I think DJ Lagway has a real shot this year to have a great year. I thought Florida last year, their head coach, Billy Napier, went into the year, as you know, being a Gator, on the hot seat, and then they started off about as badly as they could. I thought he would have really lost the team, but to their credit, man, they really fought back, had some great wins, and that gives me a lot of hope for this year that they've got the right culture, and if their quarterback's healthy, why not? I'd love to see the Gators get back to being a big-time threat in the SEC, and if Lagway lives up to what I think he could do, they very easily could do that.
Final question before we let you go. A surprise team that no one's talking about that you think will have a great year?
Surprise team this year could be, besides the obvious, like a Penn State team. I think in the SEC, I don't know if they're a surprise team, but I think it's a team that has a real opportunity is the LSU Tigers. They open up with Clemson this year, and I think both of those teams aren't necessarily surprise teams, but I think they both have a chance, whoever wins that game, to really make a run this year. LSU with Brian Kelly, I think, has been close, but they've not been able to get over the hump. And I think if they can win at Death Valley against Clemson, I think they could be a real threat this year in the SEC.
Kirk Herbstreit, really appreciate you chopping it up with me about College Game Day, college football season. I love it. I'm already excited for it. I'm jonesing for it right now. Congratulations on your docuseries, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
You got it, man. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high. Far cry from the 95 that we had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breezes coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, you know, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures are still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 digital desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain. But unfortunately, just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now, officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert futurecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction the next couple of days. We'll drop into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning, may want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, the sunshine throughout the course of the day, back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday football fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind and Lausanne. And I think that that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to refire. Notice the chances a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds that, northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it. And that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities. Then less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91. We're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. That still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday football fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of next Saturday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have got some alarming new health data out there that suggests that 9 out of 10 people have certain health risk factors and they don't know or realize that they have it. And we're talking about health conditions that can trigger everything from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, all at the same time. Let's talk to somebody who knows about what we're talking about here and some of the latest data that is pretty alarming from what I understand. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Tiffany Powell-Wiley. She's a physician. She's also a researcher. Joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about this new data. So Tiffany, tell us, where do we begin on this? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So we want to make sure that people are aware of cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, or CKM syndrome, and it's really about these interconnected diseases, things like diabetes and obesity, that put you at risk for heart disease and even kidney disease. It's important to understand that all of these are interrelated, they're all interconnected, and one can put you at risk for the other, but also treatments that are out there can affect risk for each of those, and all of it affects heart health.
So, okay, so cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome or disease, explain what that is and maybe some warning signs that our audience would enjoy knowing.
So it's important to know that that CKM syndrome really relates to the fact that conditions like heart disease and kidney disease can't be treated in isolation. These are things that affect each other, and really we want to emphasize that your body is interconnected. And so when we think of talking to our doctors about risk factors for heart disease, we want to ask not only about our high cholesterol, our blood pressure, and how it relates to our risk for heart disease, but also what does our kidney health look like? And that because that's...
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a campaign that is started. Okay, All right, there is an issue with the digital desk right now. We're going to have to take a short break here. We're back in a couple of minutes here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Van, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. We are about 30 seconds away, just letting you know.
Got it.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's a recent trend study that came out of Talker Research, and it had all kinds of different things when it came to travel, the latest travel trends, perceptions, ambitions, and generational takes of more than 2,000 10,000 customers. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by Van Darden. He is Director of Media Relations for Talker Research. They did the study. Definitely want to do a deep dive on this, Van. So tell me more about the study and what did you find most interesting? Good morning.
Good morning. This year's report gave us a really interesting snapshot of how Americans are traveling and how travel is tied to so much more than just vacation photos. So we've identified three major takeaways in this large data set. First, by the numbers, Americans travel 2.5 times a year, spending an average of $3,500 annually. And that's not including luxury or international travel. That's just on domestic travel. Our second big finding is that travel might lead to better mental health. So people reported feeling 67% better after taking a trip, and 40% of people with excellent mental health say that travel is a huge part of their lives, versus 12% of people who would have poor mental health say that travel is a part of their lives. And then third, how technology and social media feeds into inspiration sources. So, for example, YouTube came out overall for the #1 place that people go to find travel inspiration. But Gen Z is turning to TikTok to get inspired, and millennials are embracing some of these emerging AI tools like ChatGPT to get inspired on where to travel and even to help plan their travel.
I was going to ask the generational stuff. It's interesting, no question about it, the different generations and where they go for travel ideas and you know, just kind of influence, that sort of thing. What are some of those trips that are on people's wish list, Van?
Yeah, we asked a bucket list for people to rank their bucket list. And the #1 that came out on top, 32% of everybody we talked to said their bucket list dream vacation would be taking a road trip across the USA. So that was #1. There were some others internationally that came out on the top 5, exploring Paris, seeing the Northern Lights in Iceland, seeing the cherry blossoms bloom in Japan, and then coming to New York to visit the Statue of Liberty. All of those are on the top 5. I think what we found from a trend standpoint is that domestic travel really is trending across the top 10 and the top 20, even for dream vacations. People want to see the USA.
You know, interesting, Van, I was looking at some of the results from that study, and it sounds like mental health played a part in just travel overall, right?
That's right. That's right. So again, feeling better while traveling is really what came out of the data, or rather maybe feeling better because of traveling is what came out of that data. Again, we talked about 67% feeling mentally better after a trip. But what we got really into, and again, you can go to talkerresearch.com/travel, see the full results of this massive trend report. But that people who feel better mentally travel more. And I think that there's a correlation there that we really started to dig into, that again, 40% of people with excellent mental health say that travel is a huge part of their life. So there's clearly some kind of link between getting out, seeing the world, or even seeing the country that you live in, and just feeling better about life. I think there's something really interesting to be said about that.
No question about it. Not surprising to me. Certainly you feel kind of refreshed when you're getting out of town and just kind of getting out of the rat race that many of us are in. Did you want to mention anything else about some of the different generational things you saw in this study? I know you mentioned YouTube and TikTok, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so social media definitely was a part of it. I think what was interesting is that millennials came out as the most travel hungry of all the generations. They averaged 4.2 international trips in their lifetime. It may not sound like a lot, but 44% of boomers told us that they have never traveled abroad. So big difference there. And again, not just social media for inspiration, but how people interact with social media is quite a bit different generation to generation. 39% of everybody we surveyed said that they feel pressure to post vacation content on their social media, but that number jumps a lot higher the younger that you go. Gen Z and millennials, maybe unsurprisingly, feel this stronger pressure. 55%, 51% respectively feel the pressure to post social media content when they're traveling. Boomers, on the other hand, just 15% say that they feel pressured to pull out their phones and post while traveling. Then, of course, there's that do it for the gram mindset we've heard of. 1 in 3 people, and that's according to every generation, including boomers, say that they have done things while traveling just to take a picture to post it on social media. Got to do it for the gram.
I'm sorry, that's terrible. I'm just kidding. That's, hey, look, it's research, right? It's what you found in research. Van, thank you so much. Interesting trends. Tell our audience one more time where people can see the full study, because you guys interviewed like 2,000 people, right?
That's right, and there's so much more data and so many more trends that we uncovered that we didn't have time to talk about today. Talkerresearch.com/travel. Talkerresearch.com/travel.
All right, Van Darden, Talker Research Media Director. Appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about all the interesting results that came out of that study. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. All right, another live look from our High Five camera here as we go to break on this Thursday. 80 degrees, 10:07. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high. Far cry from the 95 that we had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breeze is coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, you know, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures can still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain. But unfortunately, just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now, officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert futurecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction the next couple of days. We'll drop into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning, may want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, the sunshine throughout the course of the day. Back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday Football Fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind and Lausanne. And I think that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to refire. Notice the chance is a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it. And that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston and New Orleans, Mobile over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities. And less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91. We're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. That still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday Football Fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's a brand new documentary that was shot in our area, and it is already receiving awards. A highly anticipated documentary, and I'm really lucky to have on the Action News 5 Digital Desk one of the co-directors joining us to talk a little bit about this this documentary, excuse me. Andy McMillan is one of the filmmakers, and he is going to explain to us this documentary. It's called Mississippi River Styx, and I understand a little bit about the plot, but I want to hear it from you, Andy. Good morning. Tell us about Mississippi River Styx, and I understand part of the Mid-South is a part of this film. Tell me a little bit about the premise, and then we can get into some Q&A. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So Mississippi River Styx follows the story of Kelly Phillips, who finds out he has 3 months to live and decides he will spend his last days attempting to float the length of the Mississippi River in what is essentially a sinking houseboat. And we follow him on the full journey, and it has sort of everything you would expect from the Mississippi River for those that have spent time on it. The danger, the adventure, the sort of people that will give you the shirt off of their back. But then it's also animated by the sort of mystery around Kelly and what his true backstory is. But ultimately, it's really a film about something that's universal, which is grief. Yeah.
Gotcha. And we have some pictures here of what I understand are pictures in West Helena, Arkansas, some of the areas where the filming took place. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yeah, so that's Tim Grant, my co-director, and Ben Joyner, who we see walking the plank there, holding the camera. So I met Kelly at a little bar in Memphis called Bar Dog, and a couple weeks later we were on his boat floating down the river, and we were supposed to begin in Memphis, but when our crew flew in, we couldn't find him, and by the time we tracked him down, he was in West Helena. So our first 2 or 3 days were spent in that area.
Gotcha. And I was reading up on this before our interview. I saw that this documentary, Andy, has already been critically acclaimed. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we've been really fortunate. We had a great little festival run. We played 10 festivals. Our final, which is coming up this week, we won awards at half of them. One of which we won at Indie Memphis, a great festival that we really loved. We won, I think it's called the Ron Tibbett Soul of Southern Film Award. So we've been really fortunate. You know, these are sort of tough times for the film world. So to have the run that we've had has been really heartening.
Right. So this is about a middle-aged man who is reportedly dying of cancer. He has this wish of floating or going down the Mississippi River on this makeshift houseboat with his dog. He stops in this one little area, and people kind of question his story. Is that the basic premise here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that was really fascinating to me about the whole story was Kelly winds up kind of being an invitation for people to project. So they bring their politics, their religion, and their ideas about how the end of a person's life should look to it. And a concept we had early on was that this story would be narrated by a daisy chain of unreliable narrators. So we use Kelly to kind of get a window into myriad sort of points of view on grief, on the end of life, and on what it means to live with cancer.
Interesting. Okay, so I know about Bar Dog. I've been there plenty of times, and I've been to West Helena as well. Where can people check out the documentary? Because I know we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and they're going to be intrigued. They're going to want to watch. Where can we do that, Andy?
Sure. Thanks so much for queuing me up for this. So we're screening Thursday at 3:30 p.m. at Filmland in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then we are thrilled to announce that on August 22nd, we will launch our streaming premiere on a streamer called Documentary Plus, which you can find online.
Excellent. Okay, Documentary Plus. Any other place? You mentioned Thursday, 3:30 in Arkansas. Any other place where it might be in theaters at some point later? Is it one of those things where it's kind of at some point, maybe later down the road, it may premiere in some other movie houses close by?
Probably not in your area necessarily. We might wind up doing New York and LA premieres, but we're still kind of working out some of those details. But if you want more information, you can follow our film's Instagram account, which is at Miss MISS River RVERSTYX, and we'll be posting all of our updates there.
Okay, Mississippi River Styx, co-director Andy McMillan joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. I know a lot of people are intrigued and interested to watch it, so we'll definitely check out your social media footprint and see what's going on. And good luck and congratulations on the success so far. We appreciate your time on the digital desk, Andy. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Okay, have some breaking news on the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is, I've split the screen here on the digital desk where you can see outside of the courtroom that light is on, and that signals to us that the jury in the Hernandez-Govan case, this is the case of the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's death, may be close to an end. The jury may have a question. They may have come to the conclusion. They may have a verdict. So we are watching and waiting. We have a crew, of course, there in downtown Memphis and the courtroom in the CJC, the Criminal Justice Center, to really kind of understand exactly what is happening. And when that light turns on that you see there on our screen, that means that the jury either is done, it's resolved, it's figured out the deliberations, or that they have perhaps a question or something else. So we're going to watch and wait here on the Action News 5 digital desk, and the minute we know exactly what is happening, we will pass it along to you here live on the Action News 5 digital desk. But wanted to give you this update at 10:24 on a Thursday morning that the light has turned on here outside the courtroom downtown at the Criminal Justice Center involving the jury to decide the fate of Hernandez-Govan today. So he, of course, is accused of helping plan this murder of young Dolph back in 2021. Two men, Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, were the ones who shot and killed young Dolph outside of Makita's Cookies on Airways back in November of 2021. So prosecutors argued that Govan helped orchestrate this entire murder. And for part of a $100,000 payment under some orders from Anthony Big Joke Mims, who was Memphis rapper Yo Gotti's brother. Mims was shot and killed last January. And during those closing arguments that many of us heard yesterday, Govan's attorney said that the state and the city of Memphis should be embarrassed with the case they presented, saying there was absolutely no murder plan. And prosecutors, on the other hand, said Govan made a choice of violence. So let's talk about the charges for a second here. Hernandez-Govan faces two different charges: first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The jury could convict on those charges, or they could do something different. They could convict on lesser charges they could consider. So count one is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It includes facilitation, solicitation, and accessory after the fact. Under the first-degree murder charge, the lesser charges includes second-degree murder, aggravated assault, solicitation, accessory, and facilitation charges. So this is what we're waiting for. This is what we're watching for. The light, as you can see, is live here at 10:26 on a Thursday morning. We're going to take a short break here on the Action News 5 digital desk, but we are monitoring what is happening downtown in this trial of Hernandez-Govan, the accused mastermind behind the murder of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. We'll keep you posted here as we go to break on Action News 5 Digital Desk.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. 90 degrees are our forecast high. Far cry from the 95 that we had yesterday and the 101 that we had on Tuesday, the 100 on Monday. Of course, a far cry from all of that. This is actually closer to average for this time of the year. North breezes coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sun, some passing clouds, and tolerable humidity levels. I think we can all get behind that. Actual air temperature 90, but it will feel like 94. Again, not too far off the baseline for where we have been in recent days, closer to 110 and 115. So as we've had this front moving southward across the area, finally getting an opportunity to get a little bit of a reprieve from the oppressive heat that we've seen as of late. We have not seen very much rainfall, though we have seen some rain in some parts of the Mid-South. Understand portions of North Mississippi and southeastern portions of West Tennessee yesterday evening picking up a fair amount of rainfall. Got a report of 1.5 inches around Oxford last night. Some spots across portions of northeastern Mississippi closer to 2 and 3 inches of rainfall, while other locations completely dry. I know in northern Shelby County, not a drop of rainfall the last couple of days. And I want you to remember this fact when it comes down to how our temperatures play out. Wet ground, well, it will tend to warm slower due to evaporation. It's a cooling process. When you have a dry ground, it warms more efficiently. So that means for the next couple of days, you know, even though that we aren't going to be necessarily as hot as we have been, those temperatures are still rise pretty quickly and efficiently here the next couple of days. Latest drought monitor update actually just came in here this morning. Give you this first alert. Moderate drought across a good chunk of West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi. And again, this is a first alert to you here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It just came in within the last couple of minutes. And of course, we will continue to watch the water table dry up, unfortunately, because we just don't see very much in the way of rainfall moving forward. This is the next 5 days worth of rain. Best chances will probably be in our easternmost communities. I think as we head towards your Sunday and Saturday, there might be a couple spotty downpour opportunities. This, what you see here, this would be on the way for Monday into Tuesday. And I think that we actually will have an opportunity with a front moving towards the area that will help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain. But unfortunately, just not enough to get us out of this drought situation. Now, officially, most of the area in a formal drought designation. Of course, you can look at our first alert futurecast and see not a drop of rain really coming in our direction the next couple of days. We'll drop into the upper 60s, low 70s to start off early Friday morning. A couple banks of fog across West Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi. So if you're traveling along I-40, Highway 64, Highway 45, Highway 72 tomorrow morning, may want to add a couple of extra minutes to get between point A and point B. Otherwise, it's sunshine throughout the course of the day. Back into the upper 80s and low 90s for your Friday afternoon. I think we're in good shape for the Friday Football Fever games of the week across the Mid-South. Our game of the week, Southwind and Lausanne. And I think that that game will go off without a hitch. No major problems even on Saturday morning, though, as I mentioned, there will be a chance for some showers and storms to refire. Notice the chances a little higher in northeastern Mississippi, eastern portions of West Tennessee. That's about it. Farther west that you are, it's going to be just bone dry across eastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and even here in the city of Memphis, more than likely more dry than not. Here comes our front. That's what's going to be the catalyst to drop the temperatures and the humidity levels even further. Actually, what's causing the first bout of dropped humidity is not only just the front, but also in association with Aaron. On the western flank of a very large and broad area of low pressure, you get a big surge of westerly winds northerly winds that come down on the western flank of it, and that's what's dragging down the drier air in our direction. So that will feel much more comfortable. The deeper moisture hung up along the I-10 corridor from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, over towards Tallahassee and Jacksonville, even as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. Notice here, though, the moisture does start to build back westward just ever so briefly. That would bring our rain chances for the weekend for our easternmost communities. Then less humid air behind that front as we head towards early next week. That being said, that there is going to be that same front. It stalls out nearby, and with a little bulb of moisture coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, that will shoot in our direction. That may help to facilitate a little better chance for some rain coming back into the fold. Average high 91. We're looking below average throughout much of next week. Actually, I think the entirety of next week, all the way through the end of the month of August, early portion of September, will be below average. As I mentioned, again, that little bulb of moisture coming out of Kansas and Oklahoma shoots southward, shoots in our direction. Hopefully will bring us a little chance for rain. We can only hope, right, at this point. That still some indications that would be drier than others. It's all dependent on ultimately where the front ultimately ends up. If the front ends up a little farther south, we may end up being completely dry. If the front hangs out nearby, I think we do at least get an opportunity for some rain. That best chance will probably come in here Monday night into Tuesday. At any rate, more clouds in the skies and a cooler brand of temperatures in the lower 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Lows by early Wednesday morning, likely in the upper 50s and low 60s. That's not bad, my friends. I think we can all get behind that. In the meantime, though, because again, that warm air situation, remember that dry ground situation, that's going to keep our temperatures toasty, though humidity levels are leveled off, so we're in decent shape. So we're not adding too much insult to injury here. Near 90 today, upper 80s, low 90s again on your Friday. I think we're lower to a few middle 90s on Saturday. Lower 90s on Sunday as that front swings on through here. They'll take our temperatures back down to the middle and upper 80s come Monday. And again, widespread low 80s, I think, on Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the mid 80s through the latter portion of next week. So week 1 games for Friday football fever. Good shape for Friday. Still hot, but not super humid. Next week, not bad. Mix of sun and clouds, 80s for highs. And the first game of the Memphis Tigers season next Saturday, 85 degrees over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. May have to tangle with a couple showers, though, by the back end of next Saturday.
All right, back here live in the Action News 5 digital desk. This is a live picture outside Criminal Court Division of the trial here, where our photographer is moving as we speak. You are looking at live pictures there. You are also looking at the live feed inside. So we have 2 of those set up for you as we continue to watch and wait to see if there is a jury if there is an answer from the jury, and we understand that perhaps there is one. We are watching right now. This is the trial of Hernandez Govan. This is the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's death that happened in November of 2021. Inside the courtroom right now, our picture is showing the seal of the state of Tennessee as we watch and wait for any kind of court proceedings that are expected to happen momentarily. So you can see in this other picture that the bailiffs and you can see inside the judge is there standing up and waiting for other people to come in. On the outside, you can see that the bailiffs are ready to go. Our cameras are there as well. So let's go ahead and listen in.
All right, before I bring the jury in, to the audience in particular, for either side, particularly family members, if you're going to have difficulty controlling your emotions, I need for you to step out now. Outbursts will not be tolerated. You can bring the jury.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury is now entering into the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez-Govan, count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez-Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez-Govan, count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez-Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
Ma'am? Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision.
Okay, you heard it here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Breaking news, the jury has found Hernandez-Govan, the accused mastermind behind the Memphis rapper's murder, Young Dolph, not guilty on both counts. Not guilty. So the jury came back not guilty on the first count. That is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And count 2, the first-degree murder, lesser charges, not guilty. So big news here, as you can see live pictures from inside the courtroom. Hernandez-Govan hugging his attorneys, hugging his defense legal team, and walking away with not guilty pleas. And so this was a trial that captured much of Memphis and the Mid-South for the better part of a week. This accused mastermind was something that was talked about for almost 4 years, back when it happened in November 2021. The accusations by the prosecution essentially said 2 men, Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, were the ones who actually shot and killed Young Dolph outside Makita's Cookies on Airways. Prosecutors argued that Hernandez-Govan orchestrated this murder for part of a $100,000 payment under the orders of Anthony Big Jook Mims, who was Memphis rapper Yo Gotti's brother. Mims was shot and killed last January. So during closing arguments, And I find this interesting. During closing arguments, Govan's attorney, the defense attorney, said that the state and the city of Memphis should be embarrassed with this case, that they said there was no murder plan. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said Govan made a choice of violence. So Govan was facing life in prison, first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The jury came back with a not guilty verdict, and you can see him all smiles now in the courtroom with his defense team as we take, again, live pictures inside that courtroom right now with his attorneys there flacked on his side. You can see some tears as he rubs his eyes there after moments ago the jury came back reaching this verdict in the trial of Hernandez Govan, the accused mastermind behind Memphis rapper Young Dolph's death that happened in November 2021. It has been a long time. We're talking nearly 4 years since that shooting and killing, and there were so many different witnesses that came to the stand and talked about how, in fact, this was the mastermind behind it. You had girlfriends, you had relatives, you had different people that talked about this, prosecution witnesses that said essentially this is the guy who planned it. But the jury did not believe that beyond a reasonable doubt, and so therefore you have this not guilty verdict read very quickly by the judge in this case. And so now Hernandez Govan is all smiles, as you could see at the Criminal Justice Center, 201 Poplar. As you can see there, he is with his attorneys right now as they continue to talk about what is happening there. And just moments ago, hearing the jury, that did not take a long time when you think about it. They got the case later this afternoon, and about an hour or so, a little more than an hour of deliberating this morning, they came to this conclusion that Hernandez Govan is not guilty on those two major counts, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and the other one, the first-degree murder charge. And so as a result, he is no longer on trial anymore. He's not guilty. So he is taking pictures. You can see there. He's giving hugs, and so there is certainly going to be some statements made outside the courtroom. Of course, we have multiple cameras there. We have multiple crews downtown getting reaction from not only the prosecution, but the defense and family members. You know, family members spent hours in the courtroom this week listening to the prosecution and listening to the defense. So the jury did not say much more than that, and the jury was certainly, very quick, relatively speaking, when it came to picking out exactly what happened and where their deliberations were. So that is something that we continue to watch here at this time. He faced, again, Hernandez Govan faced charges, very serious charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Young Dolph. So it is something that we are certainly watching here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It's something that we covered both on air and online. It was something that we watched continuously. There were many people, thousands of people that watched online this trial and what was going to happen. And it was interesting to note that in those closing arguments, the defense just came out and said the prosecution did not provide this kind of argument, this kind of case that left it without a reasonable doubt. And so as a result, the jury agreed with the defense, and they came back with a not guilty verdict very quickly in this case. So this is something that we are looking at right now. Again, live pictures from inside the courtroom. And certainly this is something that we are awaiting different reactions from different people that are so closely connected to this case. And we're waiting to hear not only from family members, but also from the attorneys involved in this case who spent hours putting this case together. We're right now looking at various different angles. It looks like Steve Mulroy is going to say something. Let's try and pull him in here right now.
Oh, I was getting ready to, I was trying to get the, I was getting ready to fill them out. He's trying to fill them out.
I'm trying to fill out. I didn't know that I'm in computer illiterate and here's the problem. Sorry.
There's no word y'all even do with that suicide elevator in the way.
I was trying to get it to pull up over there and I couldn't get it to pull up right.
We have done everything we can to hold accountable, and we'll continue to do that. I want to point out that the family obviously was very distraught, did not want to speak to the media, but they did say that they didn't blame the trial team for this result, although they're disappointed in it. They thought the trial team did everything they could, and I want to say that the trial team did everything they could. They were extremely well prepared and worked very hard. You never know what a jury is going to do. We have to respect a jury's decision, even if we strongly disagree with it. And we will continue to do everything we can to make sure that everybody responsible for young Dolph's murder is held accountable.
What do you think fell apart in this case? What do you think could have been proven more to show Hernandez-Govan?
You know, this whole business of Monday morning quarterbacking, it's so difficult without being able to speak to the jury to know what caused one result or caused another. All I'm prepared to say is that the trial team was very well prepared and did an excellent job, and the system is what the system is. I will.
Will you be looking into anyone else with CMG?
We'll talk later. Okay.
We're gonna cut the cameras off.
Okay, so back here in the Action News 5 digital desk as we look live, as we continue to set up and wait to hear reaction from folks after this this verdict that came down a short time ago. About 20 minutes ago, we got the word that there has been a verdict reached by this jury, and so right now we are waiting to hear more reaction to what exactly happened, and so where attorneys stand when it comes to this issue, where the defense stands, where Hernandez-Govan and some of the family members stand with regards to all this. So we are watching, we are waiting to see exactly what happened. Well, let's see. Right now, we have things essentially set up here, but what I can tell you is that we are, and I'm trying to get a shot from inside the courtroom right now, and right now I cannot get that shot. So as we watch Imani Williams set up for her live shot, I'm going to do my best to show you another shot from inside the courtroom right now, because it does not appear. Well, let's see. Looks like one of the defense attorneys is talking there to perhaps our camera inside the courtroom. So.
We're going to show you this courtroom here in Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell courtroom.
Are y'all taking me again?
Concerned, but thankfully the jurors listened. They saw the holes in the case, and I'm so happy for our client who'd had to go through this for the last 4 years.
What do you think the turning point was in the whole case?
I think you get in bed with dogs, you get fleas, and a half-baked investigation that should have been done all the way through. If I could find all the holes in the case after 4 years of police investigations, you darn well know they could have. And I frankly think they shaded things, did whatever they had to do politically to make this a case, and they didn't actually go after the real perpetrators. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I just gotta do the jury stuff first.
Okay, that was Manny Aurora there, one of the defense attorneys for Hernandez Govan, speaking about how this essentially is allowing his client, his man, go as a free individual now, and how it has been a very difficult 3.5 years. And so we're expecting to hear more from the defense team about this case, about what it was like, and some of the issues that they really honed in on, because in this kind of game that you play in a trial like this, you know, the defense won. Okay, let's be honest here. The defense won. The jury came back very quickly, relatively speaking, and they came back with a not guilty verdict on both counts. So that's something that we are certainly watching, and that is something that surprised many people. But certainly this is something that happens from time to time. He was found not guilty on conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and also first-degree murder charges. He was found not guilty on those. So again, this is something that we continue to watch. We have multiple crews covering this. In fact, at the top of the hour, coming up at 11 o'clock, you're going to have Action News 5 midday. Ariana Poindexter is going to be a part of that, and you're going to hear our in-depth live team coverage giving you a breakdown of exactly what's happened and what's a part of this case, and perhaps you may hear some more reaction from both the family and others. But as you heard from Steve Mulroy, and that happened about 10 minutes ago, 5 to 10 minutes ago, Steve Mulroy, the Shelby County District Attorney, said right now the family does not want to talk. They are too upset, too emotional, and certainly you can understand why. I mean, this is something that happened 3.5 years ago, and right now they thought that this is the person who planned this plot, who planned to murder the young Dolph, and here he is found not guilty on all the charges. So it is something that the family's very disappointed of, as you would expect, and something that the defense, as you can see here, as I take it full on the digital desk, you can see Hernandez Govan still in the courtroom right now. He is still talking to his legal team and his defense team, and those attorneys are still very much a part of what he is doing. And so now you can see, again, live pictures at 10:53. It looks like he is about to step outside, and certainly he is looks to be either stepping outside or maybe offering up a few comments here. So I think he's actually going to speak right now. So let's listen in to Hernandez Govan, flanked by his his defense team. Let's listen in.
So, great outcome. What do you have to say about it?
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. And I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Did everything go as planned for you too as well?
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too. He was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well, and they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, "you are free to go," just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty, not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without Him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. He gave me the strength.
What was that feeling this morning when you got up? Was there a feeling of nervousness? Because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today. So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up. But when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So, it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
Hey, Mr. Govan, sorry guys, the judge has requested we don't do interviews in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
We'll catch y'all outside.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as they move everything outside, because the judge has requested them to move everything outside, I want to just go over a little bit of what he said there. Hernandez Govan telling people that thank you to the attorneys, the private investigators. He said he didn't really have the resources to have a typical defense team to fight this, but there were a lot of people who helped him. He knew he was innocent. He had a lot of sleepless nights, including those attorneys that mentioned that, and that he wanted to thank his family. He thanked God. He said it's hard to explain in words that you get your life back when the judge said you are free to go. And so that's what he heard, and he was very, very thankful, as you heard there just a few moments ago. So listen, we're going to have plenty more to talk about here. Action News 5 Midday is on right now. They've come on early. You can watch Ariana Poindexter with our live, in-depth team coverage. This is Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, signing off on this Thursday.